Okay, assalamu alaikum. Right, let's start then. Okay, so these slides work. Right, so here's laptop. Can I have it over here?
Yeah. Why the left of it?
Okay, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alright. So today what we're going to be covering is, we're going to be covering first of all the fasting rules, and then we're going to be covering the Zakat rules. So hopefully inshallah we should be able to get through these very easily. And if you have any sort of questions whilst we're doing it, you can put your hand up and you can just ask inshallah. Okay, so if you have any questions you can ask. Do they have the link for the serious chat?
I'll put it on the YouTube.
Yeah, and if you can put it on here. So if you guys want to ask with your hands up, yeah, you can ask with your hands up. Yeah, ask instead. And if you guys want to ask through, be anonymously, you don't want to show your name and stuff, then you can ask through Curious Cat. Now I don't have it on the screen, but if you want to write it down, it's all one word. Okay. Let me see. Ashfaq. Let's see what it is. Okay, so it's basically right. It's curiouscat.live, all one word, / my name, LiaquatZaman 82. Yeah, so you can all you have to do is just go onto your web browser, type that in curiouscat, .live / LiaquatZaman, all one word, 82. Yeah. Okay. In fact, let me see if I can put it onto here. Can I type it on here? CuriousCats.live / 82. Yeah.
Screen's gone off.
My screen gone off? Alright. Put it back on there. Alright, that is it. Okay, so that's, you can ask on there, inshallah. That's the one. Okay, so what we are going to be doing is, first of all, we're going to be looking at the definition of fasting. We're going to be looking at the intention, the concept of intention, recommended issues when it comes to fasting, the makruh, meaning those things which are offensive in fasting, and things that invalidate your fast and don't invalidate your fast, and then you got FAQs. Okay, right. Before we start, what's the most common question you guys have about fasting? Just to see. I won't answer it. Yeah, I'll answer it later. What's the most common question you guys have about fasting? Anyone have any common question? No common questions? No? Sister at the back? Anything common? Any that usual thing that comes to your head? Yeah?
Does brushing your teeth break your fast?
Does brushing your teeth break your fast? I've heard that so many times. Does it break your fast? Does it not break your fast? Okay, anything else? Yeah? Taking injections, yeah? Whether it's for people who have diabetes or whether it's intravenous. Yeah, good question as well. Anything else? Yeah? Unintentionally eat or drink. Yeah? So does that break your fast as well? Good? I like that question. Yeah?
Sometimes with the Zan, sometimes you're not sure should I wait a minute or not a minute.
Oh yeah, exactly. What time do you exactly break your fast? Yeah, do you wait for the timetable? Do you follow what the timetable says? Do you check what BBC time is saying? Or do you know, olden days they used to be teletext?
Sometimes say you're in one location and you go to another and their masjid times differs?
Yeah, you go to one different city, you're staying in a different city, and then their timetables are a bit different than the one that you're used to. Yeah, how do you do that? Good question. Excellent. Yeah.
Certain medication like eye drops. So.
Certain types of medication, eye drops. Does that break fast if you take it? Yeah.
Years of missed fasting in Ramadan.
Years of missed fasting in Ramadan. Excellent. Okay. So I think you got some good questions coming up, inshallah. So let's start. First of all, what we need to understand about fasting is what is the definition of fasting. Okay. Yeah. So the definition of fasting is this is it. What does that say? Abstaining from food, drink, and intercourse from before Fajr till Maghrib. Okay, so before Fajr all the way till Maghrib. So when we say before Fajr, we basically mean when Fajr starts, i.e. as soon as Fajr starts, the timing, all the way until after sunset. It has to be after sunset. Okay. If you guys have ever seen the sunset, has anyone seen the sunset? Yeah. You know, the kind of romantic sunset that people like. Yeah. As soon as that disappears, basically. Right? So this is what we call after sunset. The whole disk of the sun has to disappear under the horizon. That's how we define Maghrib, basically. The whole disk has to disappear. So this is why be careful. You know, if you check on the meteorological website when it tells you about sunset timings, right? There's a website I normally use called timeanddate.com. And you just put in your locality and tell you what time today's sunset is. And if you got one of these fancy phone apps, it tells you today. Like, I know my app. If I look at my app, it'll tell me Birmingham right now. Today's sunrise was at 5:56. We don't start from sunrise. Remember that we don't start fast from sunrise. Sunset is at 6:31. That means when the disk goes down, that's sunset. We're talking about the disappearance of the disk, which takes about 5 more minutes to occur. Okay. Now, food, drink, and intercourse. When we say food, drink, and intercourse, we're going to be looking at what do we mean by food. So, for example, like let's say someone's like, I do a lot of cycling. So the other day I was cycling, and mashallah, this whole tribe of flies were in my throat. Yeah, different tastes and different flavors and different proteins and vitamins and I don't know what else. Yeah, has gone into my body now. And look at that, I've even got a little spot on my lip now. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe it's because of something else. So things go down your throat, right? You're at the bus stop. There's lots of fumes coming from cars, and they go in your throat. Does that break your fast? Yeah, or even you smell some perfume. Does that break your fast? So we're going to be looking at this concept of what does it mean by food, what does it mean by drink, and intercourse, right? So we're going to talk about these things. All right. First of all, intention. Right, what does it mean that you have to have an intention when you fast? Yeah, intention when you fast. So intention basically means your plan to fast in your mind. So did any of you guys here randomly just turn up to As-Suffa? Was it like you just came out of bed, you rolled off your bed, and then you rolled down the stairs, and then all of a sudden you rolled into your car, accidentally pressed the accelerator in your car, you came here, rolled out, and you ended up right over here and on the seats? No, you planned it in your head. Basically, you had intention. So intention in Islam, the Prophet ﷺ said, all actions are by intentions. Means if you actively think you're going to do something, that's an intention. Yeah? Does any of you guys have an intention to eat at night time today? Yeah? Right? You got it in your head? Right, that's an intention, that is. So you have to, basically to fast, you plan your fast, meaning you say, right, let's say it's gonna be fasting tomorrow, and today is night time, and I think to myself, right, tomorrow I'm gonna fast. Okay, what's the opposite of not making an intention for fast? So the opposite of not making an intention for fast is if a person, let's say this, I had a friend called John here. Well, not called John, it's called Imran, but they call him John for some reason, I don't know why. So our friend John here, what happened to him was, he basically one day went to sleep, woke up 3 days later. Yeah? Now, imagine John, Imran, aka John, he goes to sleep, and tomorrow is about to be Ramadan. He doesn't know. He's gone to sleep, and he's knocked out for 3 days, and he wakes up on Sunday, or he wakes up on Monday. Is his fast done? He hasn't eaten anything. He didn't drink anything, no intimacy. Is this fast done? Put your hand up. Is this fast not done?
No.
Yeah, not done, isn't it? Yeah. Is this fast not done? Yeah. No, his fast is not done. Why is that? Because he didn't have an intention to fast. He did all the things of fast, but he didn't plan it. Because as Muslims, for something to become an act of worship, you have to consciously, like in your mind, plan it. That's the most important thing. You can't do things randomly, right? So this is why, when does the intention start? Like, can I make an intention from now? Like, can I put in my Google Calendar and say, right, I'm going to plan fast when Ramadan starts next week. Can you plan far ahead? How far ahead can you plan? That's the question, isn't it? So the answer is this. The day the fast takes place, the night before Maghrib, you start your intention after Maghrib. Yeah? So after Maghrib, so let's say, what time is Maghrib today?
6:30.
6:30, yeah? Right. So after 6:30, I say to myself, right, tomorrow I'm going to fast. You think to yourself, tomorrow I'm going to fast. And let's say John did that. Yeah, after 6:30, he went to sleep, but he made intention, tomorrow I'm going to fast. And he knocked out for 3 days. Will his fast be counted?
Yeah.
For 1 day. Why only 1 day?
Don't know.
Yeah, because that Maghrib is for that 1 day. And then for the next day, he has to, so he has to wake up, go toilet, and think, oh, tomorrow's fasting again. Knock out again. And then the third day. So in other words, for a fast to be valid every single day, you have to make a conscious intention after Maghrib that you're going to fast the next day. So the timing starts from Maghrib all the way till next day noon, half day. So let's say, for example, like Maghrib is at what time? 6:30. So let's say, let's create 10 Johns. Yeah? One John after 6:30 makes the intention, I'm going to fast tomorrow. Another John, he makes intention after Isha. Another John makes intention at 5 o'clock, midnight. Another John makes intention at 2 a.m. Another John makes intention just before Fajr. Another John makes intention after Fajr. Another John at sunrise. Another John at 8 o'clock. Another John at 11 o'clock. All of their fasts will be valid. Does everyone understand this? Yeah, so as long as you made an intention from Maghrib, any time from Maghrib yesterday all the way today till midday, your fast is valid. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, now.
Just one question. Say you had the intention to wake up for suhoor, not necessarily fast, but suhoor, but you didn't wake up for suhoor.
Okay, good question. So, I'll let you guys answer this. If a guy intended to wake up for suhoor, but missed it, will the next day of his fast be valid?
Yeah.
Put your hand up and say yes. Put your hand up and say no. No? Everyone agrees, yeah? That's the answer. Why is that?
Intention.
Yeah, because intention for suhoor basically means you're planning a fast, aren't you? Yeah. So it happened to me once with John, same thing. I was in madrasa here, and guess what happened? It was me and him only there. No one else. Everyone else went home on their holidays. So normally in Pakistan, in the madrasa, they used to give you a suhoor time, like salan, salan, curry, really spicy curry, like curry that makes you contemplate on the toilet, that kind of curry. Contemplating curry, I call it. So contemplated curry, forget that, I'm not having that today. So I said to him, you know what we're going to have? We're going to have proper English breakfast, yeah? I went myself to the markets and I bought Heinz baked beans, yeah? It's expensive. I bought fish fingers. I bought, toast, bread, and I bought butter. I bought the whole thing, yeah? And I thought, you know what? Right, today we are going to have a proper home kind of style breakfast. Cornflakes as well, yeah? I wake up 2 hours before Fajr, 2 hours before Fajr I woke up and I started preparing. Me and him only. Making toast, I was trying to figure out how to make toast on, makeshift. So making toast, I made beans, I made about 6 eggs, different types of eggs. Yeah? And then I brought it all in front of him and he's lying down asleep, knocked out. And I sit down on the floor and I put it in front of him and I say, John, get up, let's eat. He goes, it's okay, I'm just going to fast like that. I go to him, you're mad. I spent 2 hours making all this. He goes, yeah, sorry, you eat it, it's okay. Give it to someone else. Yeah, so is our friend John, is his fast okay? Yeah, it's fast okay, yeah, because he had the active, yeah. He didn't eat, did he? So you don't have to eat at suhoor, but it's highly recommended. The Prophet ﷺ said that Allah has put barakah in the suhoor fast. So you eat the suhoor fast, all day you feel a bit energetic, yeah, you kind of like feel very spiritual as well, so it's very beneficial. Yeah.
What do you mean by half day? That means Zuhur.
So half day means basically, you know, like from Fajr all the way till sunset, you split it in half. So usually it's just before like Zawal time, when the sun reaches highest point. But basically half an hour before Zuhur starts, you can say. Okay, everyone understand this idea of fasting, yeah? So you make it conscious, and you have to make, okay, it is a strict question for you guys. How many intentions will you potentially have to make in the month of Ramadan?
One.
You're saying 30, yeah? You're saying 1. You're saying 1. Anybody else?
Well, it depends on how many days.
How many days? Okay, let's say there's 30 days.
29.
29? Back? No? Yeah, come on. How many intentions potentially will you have to make in one Ramadan? 31.
It's 30 days of fasting, then one from that.
So if you start one night before, that's 1. 1 night for 2, 3, 4.
You're on about intentions to fast, whatever.
Yeah, intention to fast. 30, yeah? 30, because for every fast, you need one intention, isn't it? Yeah, so that's why we need potentially, so it could be 29, but you can't have less than that, unless you're not going to fast the entire month. Okay, so everyone understand this? Now, let's say a guy wakes up at Fajr, starts at 4 a.m. Maghrib's at 9 p.m. Now, these slides were made a long time ago, yeah? When we used to have these long fasts, and alhamdulillah, inshallah, this year is going to be easier. So, a total of 17 hours of fast. So, in other words, the Fajr starts at 4 o'clock a.m. and then Maghrib at 9 p.m. Okay? So, half of that, you split it. If you want to work out what half day means, you split between 4 a.m. to Maghrib, to sunset. That's half day, and then bang in the middle, that's your fast. Up to there, you got time. So let's say John goes to sleep and wakes up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I tell him, do you know today's fasting? Can he make an intention to fast? No? Why? Yeah, because it's past the halfway mark. Once you pass the halfway mark, your intention doesn't make any impact on your fast. Okay, so that's 12:30. Okay, now what I want you to do, right? Google it. No sugar. You're enough sugar. Oh, that's nice. That's probably a compliment there. Once this guy goes to me, I was telling this Arab guy, yeah? I was saying to him, you want sugar? He goes to me, no, your finger's enough. I said, what? I don't understand. The guy explained to me, oh, this Arab saying, what we say is, your finger's enough, as in, if you made it with your hand, like that sweetness is enough. I didn't get it. And then later on, he's like, I worked it out. Okay, Google it. So come on, find a virtue for me of fasting. Quickly. Let's find the virtue of fasting. What is one of the virtues of fasting? Any virtue. Let's see who can get it first.
Excuse me, I just want to go back a minute. What's that bit about the half day? What did we say about that? I'm a bit confused. I've never heard it.
Yeah, so the half day basically means you have the possibility of making intention up to half day.
Got it.
Excellent. Yeah.
So you can still make the intentions whilst you're in that state of fasting.
Yeah. So let's say you woke up late one day, and no one told you tomorrow's Ramadan. You woke up 11 o'clock, and your wife says to you, tomorrow's Ramadan? What's this? And you go, huh? Can you make an intention to fast?
To that halfway point.
You can start from there. As long as you haven't eaten anything. Right, anybody found any virtue? 1, 2, 1 second. How many people? One of the ladies, one of the men. 2, got 3 on this side. 2 sisters there. Yeah, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2. Yeah. Okay, let's first of all, the brother side, what did you get?
The breath of the fasting person is better in the sight of Allah than the fragrance of the
Okay, the breath of the fasting person is more virtuous or beloved to Allah than the fragrance of musk. Okay, that's a good one. Lady side, yeah, the sister at the front, you found something? Same one. Great minds. One. At the back here.
Fasting is a shield and a strong fort to safeguard one from harm.
Okay, fasting is a shield and it fortifies, protects someone. Yeah, very good. Anybody anything else? Yeah.
And the pleasure of Allah.
Pleasure of Allah is in fasting. Very good. Anything else? No? Anything different? Yeah.
Fasting has been prescribed to you as it was prescribed to those before you, so that you may become of those who are pious.
Very good. Yeah. Fasting has been prescribed to you, like it's been prescribed to those who before you, so that you might have taqwa, piety. Good. Right. So, question. I got a question for you guys here. Question is this. Read that. Okay. You got the question? This is the question. Can she still fast? Zainab woke up 9 a.m. in the morning, missing suhoor. Yeah, she woke up 9 a.m. She missed her suhoor, sehri. She missed it. Can she still fast? Yeah? Good, excellent. You're qualified to be muftis now. In that one question. Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, now obviously in Islam there's etiquettes, there's mannerisms, there's kind of things that we call adab, right? And these adab are there to be able to, for a person to be able to do things in a proper manner. Like, you can cross a road, you can cross a dual carriageway by doing an Aston jump, yeah? Or I don't know, jump where you just like walk in the middle of the road, you jump over the fence, and you just run as fast as you can before a car gets you. Yeah, but there's etiquette in this country for how you cross a road. You wait for cars to stop, you go to a pedestrian crossing. Yeah. Similar, when it comes to fasting, you can do cowboy fast, John fast, yeah? And you can just knock out, go to sleep for 3 days. But there's etiquette. So what are the recommended things? So these are considered to be the recommended things for us to do when we fast. Number 1, make intention at night time. You don't have to make intention at night time. You can make it all the way until half day. But it's recommended to make it at night time. Because this is a very important thing for us to understand about Islam. Islam is about being conscious about your religion. Yeah? So Imam Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah is a famous scholar in the 700s, and he said this. He said, if a guy in the morning wakes up and he makes all the intentions of the day, like imagine you wake up in the morning and you say, today I'm going to pray Fajr, and then after Fajr I'm going to read a bit of Quran, and then later on I'll do a bit of jogging, and then after that I'll do a bit of weights, and then after that I'll have some nice orange juice with some breakfast, and then what I'll do, I'll go to work early, and then if I meet anyone at work, I'm going to give them salam or hi, whatever, and then I'm going to go get some lunch. He says any intention you make in the day which is not against Islam, you get reward for it. Imagine that. Any intention you make that is not against Islam, as long as you're not doing something which is wrong. So now, imagine you wake up in the morning and you make 20 intentions. Even if you don't get to do those actions, you still get the reward of doing those actions. Yeah, you get the reward. Why? Because Islam is about planning, isn't it? Yeah, and a lot of people nowadays will tell you about, projecting what you're going to do for the next year or whatever. It's all about intention. That's what it's all about. So in Islam, when we fast, we actively, I would say this, when Ramadan starts, plan your whole day, even the things that you're going to eat at iftar time. Yeah? Healthy things, obviously. Don't eat anything unhealthy. Yeah, these are all good intentions you make. Number 2, do suhoor as well. Yeah, there are plenty of benefits in doing suhoor, because suhoor at the end of the day, is the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. 3 men came to the Prophet ﷺ one day, and they wanted to inquire about the kind of action that he did. Right? So you want to become a better person, you want to become a better businessman, you want to become a better husband or a mother or a wife or a child. What do? You go to the person in the community who is really good at it, and you want to take some tips from them, isn't it? So these 3 guys, they go to the Prophet ﷺ. He wasn't there, so his wife was there, Aisha radiallahu anha. And they said, what does he get up to at home behind closed doors? And so she said, he gets up, sometimes he prays his night prayers, and sometimes he'll do this and do that. So one of them said, you know what, that's it guys, I'm just going to stay up all night, I'm never going to go to sleep at night time ever again. Because he thought that one thing is the thing we should magnify, and we should do as much as we can. And then another guy, he says, you know what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fast day in, day out, right, that's it. And another guy said, I'm not even going to go near my wife ever again. Yeah, he thought that was. So when the Prophet ﷺ heard about these three men, he called them and he said, look, are you guys going around telling people you're going to do this? And they said, yeah, because they thought it's a noble act, isn't it? And then the Prophet ﷺ said, no. He said, look, I eat and sometimes I fast. And I go to sleep sometimes and sometimes I wake up. And sometimes I do this. And he said, look, I am the person who represents Islam the best. That's me. If you turn away from my way, if you try to come out with your own way of practicing Islam, that will never be accepted by Allah. In other words, you want to fast, but you want to do like a super macho commando style way. Yeah, you want to fast inside of a tree, yeah, and you only want to eat branches of a tree, or you just want to eat, like, then you're going to make life difficult for you, and you're not going to be following the way of the Prophet ﷺ. And so there's balance in how we follow things. The Prophet ﷺ used to get up. Did he have to get up? No, he didn't have to get up. In fact, you probably don't know this, let me tell you a fact. The Prophet ﷺ on some occasions would fast non-stop for 7 days. Imagine that. 7 days not eat a thing, not even drink water. For 7 whole days. Now, if the Prophet ﷺ can do that, he doesn't have to get up for suhoor. But he did it because he wanted to show the ummah, this is how you're supposed to do things, make it easy for us. And finally, break fast immediately as Maghrib starts. Soon as Maghrib starts, break your fast. This was like, I remember when I first went to study in Pakistan. Because I studied in Pakistan, if you guys don't know. I was there 9 years. And I was there quite a few Ramadans as well. So the first time I went there, it was Ramadan time. And what happens in Pakistan is, maybe some of you guys are familiar with like Asians or like Indian subcontinent tradition. People go on the roofs, yeah? And they, as soon as the fast breaks, what sound do you hear? No. Anyone know? It's the sirens. Like the World War II sirens. At first time I heard that, I thought, we're breaking our fast. And someone's throwing bombs at us, so what are we going to do? Quickly break your fast. So the guy goes, no, calm down. It's just normally how we do things. We first of all do this, and then after that, when the muazzin eats properly, yeah, because he's a bit tired, then he gives the other. So it was like this siren used to hear. And in Palestine, you know what you hear in Palestine when the fast breaks? Cannonball. Yeah? So it's like, boom! You hear this massive, noise. Yeah.
You said that Maghrib is at 6:31, so then the disc fully falls 5 minutes later. So
Maghrib is when the disc falls.
Completely gone.
Completely gone.
So you said that on the website you used, it was 6:31 sunset, but then 5 minutes later is when the disc is completely gone.
That's what we call Maghrib.
So you eat 5 minutes later then?
Yeah. So you eat when Maghrib starts.
Okay, when the disc is fully gone.
So remember, Maghrib is different from sunset. Sunset is a precursor to Maghrib. Yeah, so the sun sets, it'll take you about 5 minutes for it to set. As soon as it sets, that's when the Maghrib starts. You can pray your Maghrib. Yeah. Oh, cannonball there. Fast break, guys. Break it fast. Okay, everyone understand this? Okay. Now, Google it. Google a narration for the virtues of fasting. Virtues of suhoor, rather. Suhoor. Yeah, anybody found anything? Put your hand up if you found something. No? Yeah, you got it.
Allah send blessings upon those who eat suhoor.
Okay, Allah sends blessings upon those who eat suhoor. Yeah, excellent. So in other words, those who do suhoor, blessings. Yeah, so therefore, if Allah sends blessings on you, what more do you want? Is that any way? MashaAllah. Okay, anybody else found anything? Suhoor, Sahri, pre-dawn, meal. I don't know what at home. What do you guys call suhoor at home? We call it bishmanay. What do you guys call it? As we pushed up. So, anybody else? Huh? Sargi. That's it, bro. Sargi. Yeah. Anything else? Anybody got else any? Hamza, what do you call it? Suhoor.
Seri.
Seri, yeah? Yeah, Seri. Seri. In Bangla, what do you call it in Bangla? Huh? Photobala. Yeah, that sounds better than older. Sound like football. Photobala. Okay. Right, anybody got any more virtues? No? Yes.
It differentiates you and people.
Differentiates you between them. Yes, that's an important one. So, you know the Jews, they fast, right? But their ways of fasting is different from how we fast. So the Prophet ﷺ wanted to make it clear to the Muslims. Yeah, rob me, bro, rob me, it's okay. Yeah, only got miswak in there. Okay. Alright. So, okay, I think that should be a bit better. So, what was I saying? Yes, so the difference in the Jews, so the Jews, they don't have the suhoor. So what the Jews have basically is they say that the fast starts as soon as you sleep at night. So as soon as you sleep, let's say you thought to yourself, you know what, before Taraweeh I'm just going to have a little nap here. That's it, your fast has started. And this is actually what happened in the time of the Prophet ﷺ. A Sahabi, he came back from work. As soon as he came back from work, he said to his wife, right, let me just have a bit of rest. And guess what happened? He didn't even eat. He woke up and his wife said, you got to start fasting now. In that accent, obviously. You got to start fasting now. And, yeah, you got to start fasting now. So he said, oh yeah, that's true. That's what the Jews do, don't they? Because that's what they saw. The Jews understood the religion the rest. So when they came to the Prophet ﷺ, the verse of the Quran is revealed that the night is halal for you. And at night time you're allowed to eat and drink all the way until Fajr. Okay. Right. Apologize. Yeah.
Or something like that.
Jews have Taraweeh. I'm not sure because I've actually been to Palestine quite a few times in Ramadan as well. And they don't seem to have any sort of rituals they do specifically in their fasting time. Yeah. Obviously they don't fast Ramadan, but they have their own timing of fasting. They dance. Yeah, they do this kind of circle dance and sing strange stuff they do. But they do pray Maghrib. I remember when we were on the plane, what happened was the Jews, we flew off from Manchester. So some of the Jews in Manchester, they said to us on the plane, you guys want to pray first at the back? And we said, whoa. Not even our Muslims say to us, do you guys want to pray first? And this Jewish guys came up to us and we said, yeah, I'll pray first. Because then we're going to pray after you. So on the plane, we went to the back of the plane, we prayed. And then they did their prayer. But they pray about half an hour after us, Maghrib. Yeah, when the stars appear. And they break their fast when the stars appear as well. So they don't follow sunset. They follow appearance of the stars. Okay. So this guy, he went to the Prophet and the Prophet ﷺ said, the verse came down. And the verse said, كُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنْ لَكُمْ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ. Eat and drink until the white thread becomes clear from the black thread of Fajr. Right? Anyway, now things that are considered to be makruh. Yeah, things that are considered to be makruh. Makruh basically means offensive. It's very, very, it's not a good thing you do. Yeah, it's not a good thing to do. Right? Potentially it could be sinful. Do not chew rubber, plastic, etc. Yeah. Is there anything strange that people chew? Anybody got any bad habit? Nails. Some people chew their nails on it. Hair. Some people put their hair into their mouth and start chewing on their hair. Yeah, pen top. Anyone chew a pen top? Yeah, famous one. Pen top chew. Yeah. Anything else?
What about them false cigarette things?
Yeah.
You know, something just.
Yeah, someone as well. So there's a difference between putting something in between your lips and between chewing something. So the reason why the chewing is considered wrong because bits of that thing might fall down the throat. Yeah. So this is why it's considered to be, wrong. You shouldn't be doing this because accidentally something could go down your throat. So why miswak? Miswak. So miswak is the stick, isn't it? Or what we call toothbrush. That's allowed. Yeah, and the reason for that is because the Prophet ﷺ, he did it. Right? So his example is the best example, so we allow that. Yeah. So anything you put into your mouth to chew, you shouldn't do it, basically. But if the Prophet ﷺ did it, like for example, he put water in his mouth when he was doing wudu, and spat it out, that's allowed. Yeah.
So no false bits from the miswak come off.
Yeah, so what about small bits of the miswak? So because the Prophet ﷺ did the miswak, right? If any bits of the miswak inadvertently go with your saliva down your throat, it doesn't break your fast. Because the Prophet ﷺ did it, and even if you can taste the miswak in your mouth, yeah, even if have you ever tasted seawater? You never tasted seawater? What kind of planet you live on, bro? Yeah, everyone tastes seawater. When you first put seawater in your mouth and it tastes that kind of salty. Yeah, we went to the Dead Sea. Everyone been to the Dead Sea, and that water is crazy. Like it just smells of sulfur. Yeah, and you put that near your mouth, you can even smell it from a mile away. So the Prophet also did wudu. Because in Medina the water was naturally from the ground, so it has ground taste in it. So this is why the scholars say taste doesn't break your fast. Have you got the taste doesn't break your fast? So this is why if you use toothbrush in your mouth, will your fast break?
No.
Have you eaten anything? What are the three things? Eating, drinking, and intimacy. Yeah? Have you eaten anything? No. But the scholars say if you fear that the toothpaste is going to go down your throat, then it's considered to be makruh for you, wrong for you to do. But if you're kind of like a gymnast in toothbrush, yeah, and you can put your mouth like this and you can brush it and then quickly spit it out, even if you have that aftertaste of peppermint or dentonic or I don't know what you guys use, yeah, it's okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, so the aftertaste, fine. What we don't want is something falling down the throat. Yeah. Okay, gargling water. Gargling water is not allowed. You shouldn't do it in Ramadan. Why shouldn't you do it? The risk of something going down your throat. Now look, I just want to mention a little difference of opinion amongst the scholars. There is nothing from the Prophet ﷺ or the Sahaba that gargling in Ramadan is not allowed. Right? We have no statement of the Prophet ﷺ. But the scholars, when they were asked this question, some of them said, look, when you gargle, there's a chance that you might gargle and you might accidentally and then something got down the throat. So this is why the scholars' answers differ regarding toothbrush, toothpaste, with regards, because sometimes they're looking at the person who's asking. I'll give you an example. A man came to the Prophet ﷺ and he said, "O Messenger of Allah, can I kiss my wife in Ramadan?" Yeah. So the Prophet ﷺ says, "Yes, you can." And another guy came to the Prophet ﷺ and asked the same question, "Can I kiss my wife in Ramadan?" He said, "No, you can't." So the scholars, analyzing the two hadiths, they said most likely what it was, the Prophet ﷺ knew the first guy was able to control himself, yeah, and the other guy, he was like a newlywed, yeah. Okay, using vulgar words is not permitted. And using vulgar words is always something that goes against the way characteristic of a Muslim. But in Ramadan, the guy's fasting, yeah, and it's kind of going on and the B words and the F words and this and that and the X words and the Y words and the Z words. Yeah, coming out with all this whole vocabulary. And especially in Ramadan, I know this one guy here. I hope you're not watching yet. I'm not saying that. And if you are watching, it's okay. This guy will fight with everyone in Ramadan. He smokes and he's got that kind of like, he doesn't get his nicotine. Yeah, Naswar, nicotine, those kind of guys. Tea, those kind of coffee. Yeah. Anyone love coffee here? Right, do you get moody when you don't have your coffee? Oh, you're good. Okay. You're an exemption. And do you get moody? A bit, yeah, look at that. Yeah, so coffee guys, you get a bit moody halfway through the day. And then you got the nicotine guys who get really moody. And you got the Naswar and Palm guys, yeah, you get proper messed up. So this guy, he just fights with everyone. Yeah, and then then later on he apologizes. So just, what I would say, look, you know what to do. Before Ramadan comes, cut down on the swear words. Cut down arguing. Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know why people argue sometimes? Internet. That's one of the main reasons why people they just get themselves worked up for no reason. Yeah, relax. I learned some breathing techniques, guys. Number one, take a cold shower. 3-minute cold shower every second day calms you down. Yeah, I don't know, anyone take cold showers? Yeah, cold shower is good, isn't it? Breathing exercises as well. You know what to do? I'll tell you what to do. If you want to calm down, do this. Take a deep breath. Serious. And then, from your stomach. Do it 3 times if you're angry. And I swear, you'll see a change in yourself. Happens to me. Like, you know, when you're driving a car and that's crazy kind of guy that tries to cut in. And he's like thinking, is this guy in the toilet? And he doesn't know I'm doing breathing exercises to stop myself from turning the window down and saying something to you. So just little tips to try and control yourself. That's all you have to do. And you know, you can become a better person in Ramadan. Now this is the biggest one. It's very hard, I would say, for a lot of us to stop. Backbiting. Backbiting is something which, once the Prophet ﷺ, he saw these 2 ladies that they were backbiting. And he said to them, your fast is broken. Now he didn't mean your fast is broken as in, because there's no eating, there's no drinking, there's no intimacy. But what he meant was, your fast is broken. What's the point of keeping a fast when you're going to go around backbiting people? What's backbiting? When you talk about someone in a negative way, they don't like it. Yeah, you talk about someone, you say, you know, Zainab's got a proper big mouth, you know. You know, I'm not, it's the truth, you know. You know, obviously, if you're lying, then that's the worst thing that is.
Sheikh, you have to mention it if you don't mention the name.
You don't mention the name, but the guy knows what you're talking about. And he said, you know, in my house, yeah, apart from me, apart from my brother, apart from there's someone. Yeah, that's one of those ones. No. So the Prophet ﷺ said, backbiting is, like the Quran says, in fact, backbiting is like eating you, cannibalizing your brother. That's what it's like. Because if I backbite, if I say to you, what's your name? Saud, yeah. Like if I say to Saud, you know Hamza, yeah. Let me tell you about Hamza, yeah. Now you haven't met Hamza. I've already created a negative picture of Hamza in your head. Every time you see Hamza, you're going to measure him with what I told you. And it's like, I've already made you judge the book by its cover. Yeah, and this is the thing we have to be careful. In Ramadan, the sins have an impact on your fast. You don't realize it. But when you sin, you actually get more hungry. Yeah, you get more hungry, you feel less inclined towards reading Quran. Try yourself. Don't try yourself, but you know what I mean.
You know, backbiting. If you backbite a non-Muslim, it's Zakat.
If you backbite a non-Muslim, so technically no. Technically, backbiting a non-Muslim doesn't fall in, but it's not from the characteristics of a believer. Yeah, so a believer shouldn't go around like, because if you get used to backbiting a person, what's going to happen is, backbiting is like, you know what they say to you, if that person talked about another person in front of you, you imagine how many times they've been talking about you in front of them. Yeah, it's habitual. You can't stop it. It's like really tasty backbiting. Like, everything that juicy backbiting, WhatsApp group backbiting. Yeah, that's like Shaitan loves those WhatsApp group backbiting. So this is why backbiting is not allowed. Even listening to backbiting is not allowed. So if someone in front of you backbites, you should always say, look, please, don't talk about this in front of me. Yeah, you should have enough courage to say that. Okay, complain of hunger. So complaining of hunger, you shouldn't do that. It's not sinful to complain of hunger. Everyone feels hungry in Ramadan. But then you're like, I'm so hungry, I could do with I could do with a smash burger, nice toppings on there. Yeah. So this kind of attitude a Muslim should never have. A Muslim should always just be patient, control yourself. Because remember, the month of Ramadan is about learning your weaknesses, isn't it? And overcoming them. So if you're not going to learn your weaknesses, if you're not going to overcome them, Ramadan was just about dieting, really. That's what you achieved. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, many people in the month of Ramadan, besides hunger and thirst, they don't achieve anything. Imagine that. Whole month goes by, 30 days goes by, and you only achieve hunger and thirst, nothing else. Yeah, it's a sad. So may Allah give us the ability to fast how He wishes. Okay, now the rules for invalidating. So what invalidates?
Just going back to the previous slide, gargling, does that include the gargling with those?
Yeah, so you don't gargle in wudu. It's exempted in Ramadan. Yeah, exempted. Okay, rule for invalidating. So you tell me guys, what invalidates your fast?
Gargling, you mean rinsing of the mouth or the
Gargling. Let me show you guys.
That's the gargling.
Let me show you the technique so you guys can hear it from my throat properly. That's gargling, yeah? Rinsing is this, look. That's rinsing. Rinsing is allowed.
In wudu, we don't really have to gargle.
Yeah, but you should.
Is it?
Yeah. The reason why, see, why do you wash your mouth in wudu? They don't know. Not just that. Because, angels can't read Quran. This is a unique thing Allah has given humans. So angels can do dhikr of Allah, but they can't read Quran. When you read Quran, anyone reads Quran, an angel comes, puts his mouth against your mouth, and receives the Quran. Prophet said. And at Fajr time is the most potent time. You try at Fajr time, read a large portion of Quran. If you can in Fajr Salat.
What's the verse?
In the Quran al-Fajr kana mashhuda. Yeah, the recitation of Fajr is witnessed by angels. So when your mouth is clean, that's why the Prophet ﷺ says, the angels dislike that which humans dislike. Yeah, so morning breath. Does your friend like morning breath? Call them in the morning and say, bro, morning breath okay? If they don't like it, angels don't like it. Yeah? So anything that you dislike, the angels are going to dislike it. So that's why in the morning, clean your teeth before Fajr. Some people like clean their teeth at breakfast time. Clean Fajr time. And you'll see the effect it has. Okay. Oh, showed you there. So you guys tell me, what invalidates your fast? Eating, drinking, and intimacy. Okay. So, anything, read that. Yeah? Anything with the perceptible body reaching the stomach, brain, through or the brain, through the nose, mouth, or the private parts. Yeah? So we call this the natural orifices. Yeah? So your nose, your mouth, anything that goes into your mouth, into your nose, and gets into your throat, down. Or through the private parts. You fast breaks. Yeah.
What about menstruation?
So as long as nothing comes in, something coming out. Have you got that? Something coming out will not break your fast. Menstruating, we're going to talk about menstruating later. Yeah, we'll talk about the issue of menstruating. Can menstruating women fast or not? But everyone understand this? Okay. So now I want you guys to tell me, what are the various ways that something can enter your body? Besides these ways. Injection. Okay, you had a jab, COVID jab. Eye drops in your eyes. Ear drops in your ears. Nasal spray. Okay. Does the nasal spray go into the throat, or does it just like work in the, what they call it? In the sinuses? Anything else?
Patches.
Patches, nicotine patch, contraception patch.
Some people have medication.
Oh, through the rectum, yeah? Yeah, so that's already private parts already. We're talking about besides these four orifices. Mouth, nose, front passage, back passage. Anything besides that?
Operation.
Huh?
Operation.
Operation, you cut someone's body open and you put you hide some HMC, yeah, and smuggle it. Yeah. Okay, everyone got the idea? So what we're going to be looking at in a bit after the break, so we're going to break now. After the break, we'll look at a bit. So if you have any questions in your mind, anything comes to your mind, okay, this enters the body, will this break the fast or not? Yeah. Asthma inhalers you might be talking about, thinking about, those pollen, hay fever sprays, or maybe even some other under your tongue. I don't know, we've got some doctors here, you guys can enlighten us. Alright, so we'll have a break inshallah. If you have any question, like we said, you can ask on the curious tab. This is good.
Brothers and sisters, when you think about organizations you can trust, it's based on their ability.
What do you know about hunger? What do you know about hunger? What do you know about hunger? What do you know about desperation? What do you know about suffering? Sadly, for many millions around the world, daily food is a luxury. The time to give is now. As-Suffa is providing emergency relief across 10 countries in need. This Ramadan, secure one iftar meal for £1 or one food pack for only £30 and seize the mighty reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A man asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam which aspect of Islam is best. He said, feeding people and greeting those whom you know and those whom you do not know. It's time to give. Donate today, save lives tomorrow, and share this video.
Anybody have any questions before we actually start? Yeah, go on.
A bit about backbiting. We've got present, even though it's the truth.
If a person talks about someone in a negative way, even if it's think of tea. So let's say I have tea. Boil water, yeah. You put tea bag in for 3 minutes, and then you take it out. Get it out, brother. You take it out, but you don't squeeze in, and then you add just enough milk that it turns into what colour? Werther's Originals. That's the perfect colour of tea.
What,
Yeah.
squeeze it or stuff?
Why you don't squeeze it? Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah. I don't know, basically I got this ijaza from one of my students, and he got that ijaza from workplace. Yeah, in Manchester.
It's the workplace tea maker.
So the workplace basically, I don't know, they just have it on the board, it's on top of the fridge, it's written down how to make the perfect cup of tea. Yeah, so I don't know where they got it from.
No sugar?
No, I don't have sugar. Because I'm sweet. No. Basically, I don't have sugar in tea, but I do have loads of sugar in cakes. Yeah, because I have to be balanced and moderate. Yeah, can't be too extreme. Anyway, should we start? Everyone here? Alright. Okay, just before we start here, last question? No? Is a little young man has got his hand up at the back? No? You got no question? What's your name? Ismail. Ismail what? Oh, you don't have a question? Good, good, good. You understand? Yeah, go on. Yeah. Yeah, inshallah. So if you backbite and you do ask them for forgiveness, then inshallah you're forgiven for it. Yeah, basically the way to kind of redeem yourself is you got to kind of get the other person to forgive you. So either you can do this, there's 2 ways you can do this. Either you can go up to them and say, like, Zaid, you know the other day, I said that you got a big mouth. You know, I feel really bad. And Zaid's a good guy as well. But Zaid once he said, oh, he said that about me, yeah? If he starts doing those 3 breathing exercises, yeah? So that's one way you can do it. The second way I would say is if you fear that, you know what, it might cause more problems for you. What you can do is generically, you know, like when those guys go for Hajj and Umrah, they send a big text to everyone. Inshallah, I'm embarking on a very pious pilgrimage journey, first time alive, and so I ask all of you to forgive me if I've said anything about you that might hurt you. Yeah, one of the generic kind of ones. Just send those out, inshallah. Yeah, and hope that they'll. Now, if for example, like, when can you backbite someone? You're allowed to backbite someone. It doesn't fall in the backbite. Yeah.
Can you give some cause in the past that
As a last resort, yeah. If you kind of, as a last resort, like, you know, you lost contact with them, you don't know how to get in contact with them. So, you know, you can't like come on BBC News randomly just jump in and just say, oh, I forgive. Yeah, so you can inshallah, hopefully you can do that. So when can you backbite someone? You're allowed to backbite them. If, for example, there is benefit in the backbiting. As in, let's say someone comes to you and says, oh, you know, I'm thinking of marrying Zainab. What do you think? Yeah, you know, Zainab's got a big mouth. Yeah, might affect, yeah, conversations. Or, you know, Zaid, you know, he's got a big ego problem. Or someone comes to you and wants to hire someone. And you say, you know what, this person has been kicked out of a job 3 or 4 times before, you know that, don't you? So you have to be honest in those situations. So it's better to be honest and save someone else harm, yeah, and then that backbiting is like the lesser of the 2 evils. But that's, that's obviously in that rare cases. Yeah.
After Ramadan, voluntary or for qaza fastings, once we make the intention, are we allowed to give up on the intention before sahur ends?
You mean you break the fast?
No. Before starting the fasting, if you feel unwell or if you
Okay.
I can't fast today.
Yeah. Good question. So, do you guys hear that? So basically, if there's a person who has made an intention, like at night time, I'm going to fast tomorrow, you can actually not fast as long as the Fajr hasn't started. Have you got that? Like, anyway, we'll start with this, and if that question comes later on, we'll yeah, go on.
For another fast, if you break that fast, you have to make it up?
If a nafil fast, you break it?
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
Is it hard to make it up?
Yeah. So there's a difference of opinion between Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah and between Imam Shafi rahimahullah. Imam Shafi says you don't have to make up anything optional. Anything that was voluntary, you don't have to make it up even if you break it. And Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah says you have to, because of the difference of hadith regarding it. So if you start a nafil, you're expected to complete it because you started it for Allah's sake. So it's a bit rude halfway through you breaking it. That's the argument. Alright, now what are the invalidators of fasting? So your fast is broken if you intentionally eat something that is nourishing or medicinal. Anything that goes down your throat and is nourishing and is all medicinal, or intimacy. Kids, you're going to have to close your ears, in the private parts. Okay, I'll say that. It's a bit, what's it? So in the private parts. In other words, if a person has intimacy in the private parts, or eats something that is normally nourishing, or anything that's medicinal, their fast breaks and they have to give kafara. They have to give something which is called a kafara. Kafara is basically the penalty for committing a full offense. So the fine that it's like a fine for committing a full offense. And that's how you commit the full offense. So eating or drinking anything that is nourishing to the body, or medicinal, or having intimacy in the private parts. Private parts have to enter the private parts. And you have to make it one fast. So let's look at an example. Let's say there's Zayd. Zayd, he knows he's fasting in the day of Ramadan. He picks up an apple and he takes a bite of an apple. He knows he's feeling hungry and he eats the apple. Is his fast broken?
Yeah.
Why? Something went down his, and he knew he was fasting. And has he committed an offense? Has he broken one of Allah's rules deliberately? There's offenses, so it's a full offense. Remember this word, full offense. So because it's a full offense, he has to give what we call kafara. What's kafara? It's a penalty. We're going to talk about the kafara later. What you have to do to expiate the sin. Okay, let's say for example, Zayd goes to the fridge, opens the fridge, takes out nice milk, pours it himself, drinks it. He knows he's fasting. Is his fast broken? Does he have to give kafara? Why? Full offense. Okay, Zayd goes to the medicine cabinet, takes out paracetamol, puts the paracetamol in his mouth, swallows it. Has his fast broken? And is there kafara? Okay. Everyone understand this? Now, if, however, Zayd does not eat something which is normally nourished, what kind of things do crazy people like, obviously not you guys, crazy people out there swallow that's not normally nourishing the body, and it's not medicinal? Glass, crazy, some glass eater, eating glass. What else? Plastic. Some people just eat plastic. Paper eater, put paper in their mouth and just chew it and then swallow it. What crazy other things do people? People eat toothpaste. People would a person swallow toothpaste? Is it nourishing? Do you gather your family and have toothpaste pasta? Toothpaste biryani? So if you were to eat and swallow toothpaste, your fast will break, but you haven't committed an offense because it's not something normally nourishing.
But isn't it medicinal though?
It's not really medicinally swallowed.
Oh.
Yeah? It's not medicinally swallowed, is it? Yeah? Unless it's like those kind of like strawberry flavour, toothpaste that people like swallowing as well. Okay, anything else that will not be considered a full offense? It breaks your fast, something you swallow, it breaks your fast, but it's not something nourishing, normally nourishing, or inhaling smoke, yeah, smoke, inhaling smoke, deliberately inhaling smoke, using a vape gun, or cigarette, or even asthma inhaler. Yeah, all these things, according to many of the contemporary scholars, this would break a fast. Anyone else? No? Okay. Now, accidental. Accidentally, what does it mean accidentally you broke your fast? So if you ever accidentally break your fast, you can never have to give a penalty, because accidental means it wasn't your intention. Right? So therefore, how can you pay a price for it? Your fast will break, but there's no penalty. So accidental would be like you're doing wudu, you're gargling water, accidentally goes down your throat. You're going for a swim, yeah. You're trying to do like some somersault in the water, and accidentally water goes up your nose and goes down your throat. Yeah. Fast will break, but there will be no kafara, no penalty. You understand that? Yeah. Yeah.
So going back to non-intentional, you get the one fast plus kafara, and then you get the one fast. I still don't understand.
Yeah. So in other words, you will only have to give. This is a penalty. This is. You only have to give a penalty if you have fully broken the fast. And what do we mean by fully? You've eaten something which is normally nourishing the body or medicinal.
And then that was the other scenario with plastic.
Yeah. And so therefore, anything that was not done at this level, in this one accidentally is just a fast. Yeah. Even if, for example, like, if you're ill, let's say you're really, really ill and you have to break your fast, then there's no penalty. Your fast breaks, so let's say you got a really bad headache, really bad migraine, yeah, and you can't carry on the day, and you have to take medicine, you're allowed to break your fast, because your health is more important to you than the fast. So you break your fast, but because you haven't committed a full offense, you didn't take enjoyment in that. Yeah, your fast. You don't have to give the penalty. Does that understand? Same with asthma inhaler. Let's say someone has really bad breathing problem, they have to take the inhaler. Fast will break is fine. You will not be sinful at all. Right? And therefore there's no penalty except for making up that one fast after Ramadan. Any other thing come to mind? No? Okay.
I just can't actually remember the full technique, but as a reader, somebody once said to me something like, if you accidentally eat something, don't worry about it, it's Allah feeding you. And I nearly just took that to mean, so I just carry on with the fast and I don't have to make it up. Presumably I just misunderstood that now.
Good question, yeah. So this is why I've got this other. Yeah. Is about this one to save myself. So the good question is asked is what's the difference between accidentally breaking your fast and forgetfully breaking your fast? All the scholars agree, apart from Imam Malik. Imam Malik even says if you like totally forgot your fasting, you went to the fridge and you took out that nice pizza that was left from last night, yeah, and you heated it up and you start eating it with ginger beer, yeah, your fast breaks. Even if you forgot, he said, yeah, because something's gone down your throat, isn't it? However, the other scholars school say no. Forgetfully will not break your fast, because the hadith the sister mentioned. The Prophet ﷺ, once a man came and he said, I forgetfully I've eaten something. And the Prophet said, it's fine. Allah fed you, carry your fast. But he never mentioned anything about accidental. Accidental means you know you're fasting, but you something slipped down your throat. That's accidental. So the Hanafis say accidental is like breaking your fast, but without a penalty. And the other mazhabs, the Shafis, they say accidental is what you said. So if you accidentally, like gargling water and something goes down your throat, they say your fast won't break. Does that make sense? Yeah, so we don't really have clear, explicit statement of the Prophet ﷺ accidental. It's just about which one do you do you classify him? So everyone understand forgetful? Forgetfully is that you totally forgot that you were fasting. Like you didn't even remember. And you ate and you go, huh? I was fasting. Yes, fine, carry on. Yeah.
So no kafara,
No kafara, no fast break. Yeah.
If it's accidental, you still carry on the fast regardless.
We'll talk about it later. But your fast has broken though. Okay. Now, one fast qada, when do you only make up a qada? When I showed you a summary of the diagram. Now, when do you only make up one fast without the penalty? These are some examples of it. So, eating and drinking accidentally. Eating and drinking accidentally. Have you committed a major offense? Full offense? No. It's accidental. But your fast will break because something's gone down your throat. Thinking it's Maghrib. Did someone ask earlier on about this question? I forgot. Someone asked. Right, just before, yeah? What you asked? Just before Maghrib. You thought Maghrib time. Yeah. Yeah, you can take pictures, guys, if you like. So you thought it was Maghrib time, and then what did you do? You ate, and then all of a sudden, you heard the proper azan. Yeah? Thinking Fajr hasn't started yet. How many times has this happened to you? You think Fajr has started, and then you look back at the calendar and you say, Fajr actually started 10 minutes ago. Yeah? So in that case, you have not committed a full offense. So you've broken your fast. So you've got to make that up later on. But you don't have to give any sort of penalty. Forgetfully eating and drinking, thinking the fast broke. Look at this now. So let's say, for example, we got our friend Zayd. He goes to the fridge, opens the fridge, totally forgot he's fasting. He's taken milk out, he's drank the milk, he's taken a banana out, ate the banana, and then he realized, oh, I was fasting. Then he thought to himself, well, I've broken my fast now, let me eat some more. So see what's happened? He broke his fast thinking that, so he thought that he broke his fast forgetfully, but he didn't. And then after that, he deliberately ate, thinking that his fast is broken. So now this guy, again, he didn't commit a full offense because he thought his fast had broken. Does everyone understand the difference? Yeah? This is what it means, forgetfully eating and drinking, thinking the fast broke. Right? So this guy's kind of like, well, might as well just eat everything in the fridge now. Yeah? So he's eaten everything. So this guy only has to make up one. Okay, swallowing items people don't normally eat, like pebbles and coins. There's one guy, he swallowed, I was watching this video someone sent me. You know, if it wasn't for these videos that people send you, how would you know that what's happening in the world? Yeah? So this one guy sent me a video of a guy in an operation that took out a spanner from his stomach. Now what was he doing trying to swallow a spanner? Yeah? Now was he kind of like doing like a trick with his friends? Right guys, what's this? Yeah. And the spanner's gone into his stomach. Yeah. You know, it happened to me once. Not spanner. You know those kind of like, you know, does anyone have a problem with grinding teeth in sleep? Sometimes I get sometimes, yeah. So what happened was I ordered these these shield things, yeah. So I put them in at night time. Yeah, it's like, so they give you two, so I put one in, top one. I woke up in the morning and it wasn't in my mouth. And I'm thinking to myself, did I swallow it? Like this is a big gum shield, this is, you know. And I'm thinking to myself, I think I swallowed it, you know. So I told my wife, I said, I think I swallowed it. And then everyone's checking the bed and checking the floor, going to the bathroom. And it's not there, no one. And I'm thinking, do I have to go to A&D now? Which of my friends who's a doctor is going to be awake now? So I can ask them. Eventually he found it, yeah, because it was like colorless. Yeah, it was see-through. And you couldn't tell. Yeah, so eventually it was found. But sometimes strange things happen. You might swallow something crazy. So anything crazy you swallow, which is not normally nourishing the body, but not normally medicinal, what does it do? Breaks your fast, yeah? Yeah, fast will break. Okay, water going down the throat whilst gargling. So the example that we gave earlier on. Right, so you're gargling, and accidentally some water goes down the throat. Now look, let me tell you this rule. If in doubt, your fast is okay. You thought I was going to say something rhyming here. If in doubt, your fast is okay. If you're in doubt, has something gone down? No, your fast okay. Carry on your fast. Your fast will only break if you're certain something's gone down your throat. Does everyone understand? Yeah, it's like, in your stomach you think to yourself, Zohar time's coming, you're thinking, did that break my wudu? Was that something came out, or was that just the stomach trying to tell me I'm hungry? Yeah, so if in doubt, your fast doesn't break. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, once, like a man came to him and he said, sometimes I have these kind of like stomach feelings where I think I've broken my wudu. And the Prophet ﷺ said, as long as you didn't hear anything or smell anything, your wudu is okay. So they derive from their principle, which is that certainty is not cancelled out by doubt. So if you got doubt that your fast is broken, it means it hasn't broken. Yeah.
You know when you say swallowing items which you don't usually swallow?
Yeah.
What if someone's doing that purposely throughout the day? So they're like, I know it's
Yeah,
weird,
yeah.
but like, what if someone's like got a weird addiction to?
Good question.
What
Yeah.
if they purposely do it?
So this is why the scholars have discussed this. They've said if in a society a particular thing is socially acceptable, eating, swallowing certain things. So for example, like, do you eat leaves on the tree? But there's some people who will put a leaf in their mouth, chew it and swallow it. Like pan. Yeah? That would be considered to be like something that's normally eaten by society. Have you got that? So if it's something in a society which is normally eaten, and another society doesn't even chew on that thing, like maybe there's a society who eats orange peels, I don't know, I'm crazy. Orange peel membership group on Facebook. Yeah? They just eat different types of orange peels. Their fast will break. And then they'll have to give kafara as well, because that's normally something that's eaten by them.
You know what the thinking Fajr has started is, if you're eating and you realize, oh no, it's Fajr has started already, so the whole day of fast, should you carry on fasting?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later. We'll keep that in mind, inshallah, we'll talk about that. But anybody have any question about what we just won the word there? Yeah.
If you forgetfully start eating and you realize why you got food in your mouth, water in your mouth, and you're fasting,
yeah,
then is it best to spit it
you have to spit it out. Yeah. So as soon as you realize, spit it all out, wash your mouth out. Yeah, because after that, anything that goes down your throat after that point will break your fast. Yeah.
So you know the if in doubt ruling.
Yeah.
So say for example, different mosques have different times for Fajr, and then you realise that this particular masjid, you may have missed it by a few minutes, but you're sort of still not sure.
Yeah.
Because other mosques have a bit later. So.
Good question. So if you ask me that question, I would give you this answer. If, for example, my mosque is 4:35 and the mosque down the road is 4:37. First of all, we need to be careful that some masjids, are they particular about making these timetables, or they just go online and just find some random numbers and just put it in. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes some mosques, they don't really take care of these specific things. That's why you should always go by a reliable organization or a mosque that does this. Yeah. Secondly, if it's any reliable masjid, I would say your fast is okay. In that situation, if you, let's say for example, your mosque normally is at 4:35, and there's another mosque that is at 4:37, and you ate at 4:36, I would say fast is fine. Because the Quran says this: eat and drink until the white thread becomes clear from the black thread. So, the white thread and black thread is talking about the horizon. The horizon, if you've ever seen like dawn star, and you nowadays go on YouTube and you can see it. It's pitch black, and all of a sudden on the horizon, right, this little white light appears, and it starts to spread. Yeah. So the Quran says, eat and drink until the white thread becomes clear from the black thread, meaning until you're certain Fajr has started. Does that make sense? So that's why there's this kind of like, until you're certain, meaning you follow the mosque timetable, I would say that would be okay. But in normal conditions, you should stick to whatever mosque you're following. Just stick to them rather than saying, in South Africa, these guys break their fast at this time. Or in this country, these guys break their fast at this time. No, you should stick to your local mosque, but in that special case where you have gone a minute over. Because most likely, mosques, what they do, they have a buffer time where they allow for these kind of little accidents.
So what should you do if you say you start your fast in Birmingham and you travel down to London?
Yeah, if you start your fast in Birmingham and you travel down to London, you break your fast according to the locality that you're in. Yeah, you break your fast according to the locality that you're in. I remember once we went on a plane. Yeah, so we were on a plane and it says to you, in the local time, It's Maghrib. You can break your fast now. No, you can't. I can see the sun. Yeah, I can literally see the sun. It hadn't set because you're 30,000 feet in the air. The sun is right in front of you, and they're saying local time because obviously you're, the Earth's flat, isn't it? Yeah. Call you. Yeah. So because the Earth is like spherical, when you go up, what happens is you can see further ahead, but down below it's dark. So that's why. Have you heard about this phenomenon in the Burj Khalifa? So basically, the Burj Khalifa is so tall. When it's Maghrib on the ground floor, 5 minutes later it'll be Maghrib on the top floor. So what you do is you go in the lift quickly go down. Yeah, zoo, break it past, they go. Have you got that? So this is why it's all about the sun setting. So let's say, for example, you're in I don't know, Shropshire somewhere. You're going for a hike and you're going to break it fast. You just have to look, the sun, can you see, has the sun disappeared? As long as the sun has disappeared, break it fast. Because remember the Sahaba, that's what they had to do. They just had to look themselves at the horizon, and when they saw the sun has gone, break it fast. Does that make sense?
Did you wait when you're on the plane then?
Yes, I waited and waited, and when you're coming back from the east to the west, time slows down. Yeah. I know. Basically, let me tell you a trick here. The Earth spins here at 1,000 miles per hour approximately. So if you travel at the same speed as the Earth, it means you'll be stuck in the same time all throughout the day. Have you experienced that? Yeah, it happens. And I've traveled back in time so many times. Yeah. So basically, what happens is when you come from I came from Pakistan. So when I was coming, I was fasting, and the fast just became long, real long, because Asr wasn't ending. Yeah, it wasn't ending. I said to myself, I'm sure there's some scholar out there somewhere who will allow me to break my fast. Eventually, I got down and landed, and then it was Maghrib in Heathrow Airport. Yeah, and then I broke my fast there. Yeah, but that's what happens because you're traveling at the same speed. It's like the people in the space station. They see the sun rise and set 20 times in a day. So how do they fast? So for them, there's like certain rules that they follow because they. And I was actually writing. Remember, I told some of you guys I was writing a book on the Muslim on Mars. Yeah, Muslim on Mars. So it was a story basically about this guy. Guess what his name was? Sam. Guess where I got Sam from? Remember Quantum Leap? Do you guys watch Quantum Leap? Yeah, remember that? Yeah? He thinks the next leap's going to be the leap home. So Sam Beckett, based on Sam, so basically he's in, this atheist lives on Mars, and it's in the future, and humans have been living on Mars for about 4 or 5 generations. And then this guy starts to ponder about life and about what's happening in the world, and is this all life is all about? Just colonizing the planets, and then he has to, he learns about Islam, then he learns about how to fast. On Mars, they've got 2 moons. So if you think we got problems in this country, yeah, imagine on Mars, you're going to have tennis matches. So the idea was I wanted to show how Muslims would have to adjust their, rules for living on Mars. Anyway, the book didn't go very far. It's still on pause. Yeah, 4 years later. So everyone understand this? Yeah. So in other words, these kind of things, I would say, going back to the brother's question. Yeah, that was the issue. Okay, inhaling medicine or smoke deliberately. So any medicine that you inhale will not break your fast because you're not taking full. Now, I know there are some scholars who say, this is where we have to ask the doctors. Yeah, because if doctors were not here, I'm a doctor, yeah, by the way. Cowboy doctor. Yeah, Google doctor, who I Google stuff. Just like some people Google fatwas and things. I Google medicinal knowledge, yeah. What's that famous website called? The pub, what's it? The pub? PubMG, yeah? PubMG. Yeah, that's the website that, I just kind of go on and just check out some of the latest kind of arguments in the medicine world. So when you inhale, there's different types of inhalers, I assume. Yeah? So if you use an inhaler, does any part of it go into the stomach? That's where the scholars. So I'll give you an example. In the past, when there was a particular mas'ala where the scholars in the past had medieval understanding of medicine, and there was nothing explicit from the Prophet ﷺ, they would base their answer on the premise that that medicine was considered to be correct. So I'll give you an example. If you read the classical text, they'll say to you, if a person puts eardrops in their ears, oil in their ears, their fast will break. But that was based on the idea, they thought there was a gap between the ears and between the throat, that there's a channel there. So a modern understanding of medicine is you have an eardrum, and unless your eardrum is pierced, any medicine you put into there will not directly go, it will be absorbed, but it won't directly go into the throat. So that's why now they've changed that understanding. So there's certain Messiah, when it comes to fasting, they actually changed the understanding because it was based upon an outdated medical. Have you got that? So this is why we need doctors to learn about these things in Islam, so that they can help us, arrive at a more accurate answer. Okay, so inhaling. So these inhalers, if the inhaler goes into the stomach, even a little bit, even like a little small particle gets into the stomach somehow, the fast breaks. So this is why a lot of the scholars take the precautious step and say inhalers will break fast. Some of them say it doesn't break fast because they believe that the certain types of inhalers you can breathe and it's simply just it's air going into the lungs and out again. That's what it is. Yeah. I hold the position, because I haven't done a lot of research on this, that it doesn't break your fast. But if you follow someone who says it doesn't break your fast, it's plausible. Yeah, if you follow a scholar you rely upon, and he says this, I would say it's possible. Because I know there are a lot of people who have asthma, and because they've got asthma, they can actually fast throughout the day. It's just those 1 or 2 times in the day where they have breathing problems. Yeah, and same with, for example, like what's that condition some people have when they sleep? Their breathing stops. Sleep apnea, yeah. So I have a friend who has sleep apnea, and his breathing actually stops. So they have to give him this mask, and for some people it's just air, yeah, and some people it's some fluid as well, some liquid, some vapor or something that goes in there as well. So he was saying, the doctor was saying to me, you have to use this vapor. Yeah. So again, if that goes into the stomach, then fast breaks. If it goes just into the lungs, then there's scope for that fasting to break. All right. Right, masturbation. So this is something that will break your fast according to many scholars, but it will not necessitate kafara because it's not a full offense. Full offense would be in the private parts. Yeah, fulfilling, sexual desire in the private parts.
So inhalers would it not under the category of the aftertaste of a toothpaste?
I mean, does any part of it go into the stomach? Because I've spoken to some doctors, they said possibly like bits can go into the throat.
Macroscopically, probably not, because when you do it, everything goes into the lungs. The top of the food plug is closed anyway all the time.
Yeah.
It's all the time closed. So, but there might be the aftertaste that you might swallow. It would be similar to the aftertaste of the.
So aftertaste doesn't break your fast. No, not toothpaste. Aftertaste of water.
Microscopic possible.
Yeah, that's why it's like some of those scholars who take that position, they're kind of very cautious on that. And if you break your fast, if you have to break your fast for medical purposes, it's fine. It's okay. It's not sinful, because your health is always more important then. This is why people who have diabetes, diabetes where they have to continuously eat food throughout the day, yeah, they are not sinful at all for not fasting. Yeah, because that's a genuine need that is.
Sheikh, with all of these, is it no kafara?
No kafara. Yeah, because there's no full offense. Alright, questions now. Question for you guys, yeah? You ready? Right. Muftis. Answer this one. I want to Google that one. Go for it, Google it. I know you guys don't normally Google answers yet. Yeah.
Where is it traveling from?
From Birmingham. That's a good question. I didn't think about that. Oh.
How's he travelling?
How is he travelling? Car, train, cycle. There's one guy cycled it from Manchester to Birmingham. Yeah. Yeah, come on, Google it. Quickly, I want to find who gets the best answer. Whoever gets the best answer, I will give them. Let me see what got in my pocket. Yeah. Okay, I don't have a spark. I don't think anyone else uses on a spark, especially with my cold sore. Right. I've got £1, guys. Look at that. Allah. Add this to 999 pounds. Yeah, you'll get £1,000. Look at that. Now this one, I'll put this over here for the person who wins this. And I want you to find the evidence, okay? It's not just find the answer, and you've got to find the evidence. What's the evidence for the answer you come up with? Anybody found it? No? 30 seconds left.
It's up to him.
You think it's up to him? I want you to find the evidence.
Because you're excused. If you're a traveler, you are excused. If you want, if it's difficult for you, then you're excused. That's in the Quran.
I'm finding a way to Quran. There used to be this guy who used to argue with people, and he used to always say, in the Quran Allah says, وَالتِّينِ وَالزَّيْتُونِ وَطُورِ سِينِينَ. And the guy would say, oh, that's an answer. It must be right for everything. Yeah, anybody got the answer? One brother? Yeah, sister, answer? No? Okay, go with the answer.
Judo says it's up to him if he wants to miss it. He has to make it up after Ramadan.
Evidence?
It says, whoever from amongst you is unwell traveling, then completely miss out other days.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. You got the pound, bro. You can take it up later without interest. Okay, so if you're a traveler, look, the Quran says this: whoever is ill amongst you or is on a journey does not have to fast. They can make it up after Ramadan. مَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرَ. You can make up your fast after Ramadan. So Islam considers your health to be more important than fasting in Ramadan. And also, Islam actually allows you to travel in Ramadan. And because on the journey you might have to face situations where you can't find food or you get exhausted, then it makes sense that the person doesn't fast. Yeah? So you have a choice when it comes to traveling. You can fast if you like, or you don't have to fast. Okay? So the answer to this is, Khalid travels to Manchester for work. Does he have to fast? He doesn't have to. But it would always be good if he knows that I can hack it. Right? It would always be good for him to fast. Yeah? Because it's always better to fast in Ramadan than later on, because people get very lazy after Ramadan and you've got to make up fasts. Yeah?
How long was it really to be fast in order to miss it?
So a journey, according to the Hanafi school, the journey is considered to be a distance of about 48 miles. Yeah, 40. So from Birmingham to Manchester, about 90 miles. Yeah. So. Any other question? Yeah.
Going back to eating something intentionally, I thought that when you're like, say you're making something to break the fast, and you just wanted to taste the.
Good question.
Yeah,
good question. Yeah.
I mean, I personally think the difference is that I got told that if you just taste the food a little bit, then it's okay, it doesn't break your fast.
Good question. All right. So the scholars do mention this question. They say if there's a person. And let's say they want to, for the child, they want to make sure that the food is not too spicy, or it's not too salty, or it's not too hot. Yeah, can they chew the food in their mouth? So yes, they can. If there's a need, they're allowed to. Yeah, and they give the example: there's a husband who's very moody, a moody husband. Yeah. First of all, look, this is all, no offense to anyone here. A lot of Asian communities, for example, they expect the woman to cook all the food in Ramadan, and they expect some communities 3 or 4 dishes. Yeah, and then if you get moody after that, I don't know what's going to make you happy. Yeah, so I think a lot of people should, in the month of Ramadan, yes, fine. If your wife is a kind woman who likes cooking food for you, alhamdulillah, it's good. Yeah, you're lucky. And if your wife does not want to cook food for you, then it's fine. You're lucky as well. Yeah. Either way, you're lucky. Yeah, but the point is that Ramadan should be a time both people, husband and wife, have the chance to be able to do acts of worship to get closer to Allah. Yeah, so this is why, for example, eating the food. So she can't eat the food, but she can taste it. What does tasting mean? Let me show you what tasting means here. Look. Tasting means you put it in your mouth, swish it around, like the wine tasters. You spit it out. That's tasting, nothing swallowing. So you can't swallow at all. So when people say taste food in the Arabic language, taste doesn't mean to swallow. It means you put it in your mouth, swish it around, and then you spit it out. And the residue, the aftertaste you have on your tongue, that kind of gives you an idea of how much spice is in the food. Does that make sense? So this is why tasting is permitted only for those people who are going to make dish for a large group of people, and they don't want to mess it up because, you got friends coming down and you want to make food for them. But that's the taste. Does that make sense, sister? Yeah.
And this also relates to the previous question. So before you end your, before you start your fast, do you have to brush your teeth to get rid of the food from your teeth?
It would be a good idea to brush your teeth, yeah. But if you didn't, you can brush your teeth later. Yeah, you can brush your teeth later. Okay, what's the answer? Yeah, no. If he started the journey before Fajr, but should fast if he can. In other words, he doesn't have to fast. Okay. Now look, why have I said this? If he started his journey before Fajr. So if you start your journey after Fajr, you have to fast. So let's say you're going to go to Manchester. So Fajr is at, let's say, 5 o'clock in the morning. And you're going to go to Manchester at 9 in the morning. Then you have to fast because you are currently at home in the month of Ramadan. However, if you do break your fast and in the month of Ramadan, in a journey, so you've gone on the journey, you've broken your fast, there's no full offense. Yeah, so you only have to make it one fast. Because there's a difference of opinion about fasting on a journey. So that's why the scholars say that if you were to start your journey in the middle of the day, right, and then you broke your fast, you would not be considered to be sinful. As in, you've broken your fast, you just have to make it one fast later on. But you shouldn't be doing that. Does everyone understand this? Yeah. Okay, now, what kind of things do you have to give qada for? Qada meaning you have to make up your fast, and kafara as well. So breaking a fast without valid excuse deliberately. Anyone who breaks a fast, what's a valid excuse? You're ill, on a journey, feeling extremely weak, exhausted, like your body can't function. Anything else?
Menstruating.
Yeah. So that's going to come later. Menstruating woman is not allowed to fast. Yeah, that she's not allowed to fast. Yeah. Okay. So something normally nourishing the body or medicinal. So something that goes down the throat, the orifice, which is normally medicinal or nourishing of the body. Number 2, penetration to the private parts is the other thing. Okay, what is kafara now? So kafara is you have to fast consecutively 60 days without break except for menstruation. And this is, women are exempted. So let's say, for example, someone has deliberately broken their fast in Ramadan and now they have to pay the price. What's the price? 60 consecutive days. You have to start, yeah, and finish without having a break in between the 60 days. Yeah, without having missing a day. The only people that are allowed to miss a day is like a woman who's menstruating because she can't avoid that. So her menstruation, let's say she menstruates for 5 days a month. So all she has to do is she has to make up those. She's going to fast 60 days, isn't it? So you're going to have 2 5 days, 2 months. So she makes that up after the days. Yeah.
When does that 60 days start? Is it, let's say if you, on the 13th of Ramadan, you break your fast.
Yeah.
Do you start that 60 days from then, or is it after Ramadan?
Yeah, after Ramadan. After Ramadan. Yes, after. So let's say, for example, you're not allowed to fast on each day, by the way, yeah? So there's 5 days in the year you are not permitted to fast, it's prohibited. 2 Eids, yeah? So Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha, and the 3 days after Eid al-Adha. So we call it Big Eid. 3 days after the Big Eid, Eid al-Adha, you can't fast those. These are 5 days in the year you are prohibited from fasting, because these are 5 days Allah has made like a global banquet for everyone to eat.
Ustad, what about the last day of Shaban? Are you allowed to fast then?
Technically, yes. Yeah. But some of the scholars say you should be careful because you don't want people to kind of like assume it's Ramadan when it's not Ramadan. It's not the day of doubt.
What about, the Shawwal fast? For example, this Eid, after Ramadan, should you do the Shawwal fast straight away or wait a couple of days?
Okay, ask that later, inshallah. Good question. Alright. If you can't fast 60 consecutive days, what should you do? So if you can't fast 60 consecutive days, what you do basically is you feed 60 poor people. So 60 poor people, you can either buy like one meal pack and give it to them, or you can feed them 2 meals each. So what does this mean? Let me give you both examples. So for instance, you know Ummah Welfare Trust, and there's some other charity organizations. If you go on their website, they will actually have an option for you to pay for 60 fasts. Yeah? And each fast is about £3. Yeah? It's the amount that you give for Eid, Sadaqat al-Fitr. So the amount you give for that differs between about £3 to £5, right? So you give that for each fast, for each person. Not for each fast, each person. 60 people, yeah, and they will distribute it among 60 people. That's one option. Second option is, you do like a dinner, you book out a hall, and you invite 64 people and you give them 2 meals, and you give them one today, one tomorrow. Yeah, or one in the afternoon, one in the evening. Yeah.
What would count as a poor person, someone who's eligible for zakat?
Yeah, anybody eligible for zakat would be permitted. Yeah. Everyone got this idea? So this is only if this is kafara, okay? This is not for those people who are exempted from fasting in Ramadan. So there's some people for medical reasons, elderly people who cannot fast in Ramadan. They don't do this. This is considered penalty for those people who deliberately break the fast in the month of Ramadan.
I don't understand the 60 people for 60 days. So each day you feed 60 people.
So as I said, there's 2 examples in it. Either what you can do is you can pay for them for 60 people's meal.
But those 2 meals that you do twice.
No, so that's the other option. The other option is you do a dinner, you cook food, and then you invite 60 people. They eat as much as they want. Like whether they want to take one morsel or fill their stomach, up to them. But you got to do that twice.
Or you just feed 60 people.
Or you just hand over parcel of food for its value. Yeah. There was something. Yeah.
So this is for one kafara, right? So if you have penalties for 2 fasts,
yeah.
Is it 2 times?
Okay, that's going to come. Good question. Excellent. All right. So look at this now. Yeah. Psychic, bro. Yeah. I broke my fast deliberately last Ramadan 5 times. Yeah. Do I have to give times 5 kafara? What do you guys think?
I think it's 1 kafara, just over it.
Yeah. Anything else? 5. So each time you break, you give 1. Yeah. That makes sense. In fact, that should be the case. Because you committed 5 offences, it should be the case that you have to give 5 penalties in it. But the scholars say, because in one Ramadan, one offence, like one penalty covers all penalties. Yeah, they say one penalty covers all penalties, because otherwise it's going to make life very difficult for a lot of people. So this is why I say, per Ramadan, maximum amount of penalty you can give is just 1 penalty. So that's why the 5 or 10 or even 30 days, every day you theoretically broke, you only have to give 1 penalty. Have you got it? Yeah.
I think people take advantage of that.
Yeah, so see the point is, see interestingly, the Prophet ﷺ, he used to say to people, try to drop the penalty as much as possible. The point of the penalty is not to harm your body. It's not like, you know what, you committed 30 offences, right, you're going to get. No, the idea is for them to realise they've done something wrong. That's the idea. Have you realised you've done something wrong? Right? Right. That's right. Now, if there's someone who wants to abuse this, on the day of judgment, that's between them and Allah. Allah will judge them accordingly. Right? But the point of a crime in Islam is not always to inflict a penalty. The point is that people should realise this is wrong. Turn back to Allah. That's the main thing. Like this is why, for example, there was a lady and she committed adultery. She came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, Messenger of Allah, I committed adultery. Give me the penalty. The Prophet said, go away. Yeah. She came back the next day and she said, look, I've committed a penalty. I'm guilty. I feel bad. He said, go away. It's okay. 4 times she came to him and then he said to her, you know what? Do you know what adultery is? She goes, yeah, exactly know what it is. Yeah, what is it? And he said, penetration into private parts. He was okay. And then he said to her, you know what, are you pregnant? She goes, yeah. He goes, go away. Come back after you're pregnant. He wanted to not give her the penalty, basically. The idea was, you don't just straight away want the penalty to be inflicted. The idea is for people to realize they made a mistake. Yeah. So this is why these penalties, you try to give them as less as possible. Yeah.
So say you're like born into Muslim family, so you're growing up Muslim, however, you were like in ignorance, you didn't really follow the rules or anything.
Yeah.
And then you didn't really fast, or like you would hold some fast but not really, and then later in life you realize you're on the wrong path, and then you started practicing fully, but then you realize, oh, all these fasts that you were doing deliberately, like what would you do? Can you give
Good question. Good question. So, I would say this is what many of my teachers would say. If someone has been living a life of ignorance, far from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for whatever reason, because maybe they were brought up in the wrong environment, or maybe they're involved in the wrong crowd, and then later on they want to redeem themselves and start practicing and all that. What should they do with past fasts? Yeah. So first of all, any fast that was not fasted, so if a person did not fast the fast, there is no penalty for it except for making it up. That's the first thing. And if a person did break a fast deliberately, then what the scholars say is that the past ones should be ignored. Yeah, forgive and forget those. But from now on, you have to punish. In other words, what they do is they look in other madhabs. Is there any scope for this? Is there any way? So rather than burdening a person, because at least they've come to the right path now, right? They're trying to redeem themselves. So you try to look in the other schools. Is there any scope for this? If there's some scope, you just take that position for them. Hopefully, that position should be acceptable. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this is with a lot of things. Like sometimes someone comes to me and says, "Oh, in the past I've been praying this like in a strange way. I've been reading this in Salat. I've been doing this." So then, as long as I can find in some scholars in the past, some reliable scholars in the past who have taken this position, you'll say, "Okay, inshallah, your Salat in the past, according to someone, should be accepted. But from now on, if you ever do that, you will have to repeat the Salat again." Yeah.
So just going back to the 60 days one. So for menstruating women, when would they restart the clock for that 60 days?
So they don't restart. They carry on. They pause. So the menstruation is like a pause button.
Right. So when exactly would they have to? Is it the following?
Soon as they fast, the menstruation finishes. Right. The next day they'll start.
The next day.
Yeah. Okay. So.
If you remember if you do kafara on that. They said 2 Ramadans ago, I remember I broke off Serbia on that day exactly.
Yeah.
So you always have accountable and do kafara for that if you have the ability to, or if you just
if you did it knowingly, then yes, you should make it up. Yeah. And you can make it up all the way until you die. Like the time frame you have is all the way until death. You can die. Yeah. Could die tomorrow. Okay. Right. The answer: no. Only one kafara per Ramadan. Okay, what things do not break your fast? Yeah. Right. Forgetfully eating, drinking, or intercourse. Yeah. So anything you do forgetfully. What does forgetfully mean? You don't even remember you're fasting. What? Fasting? I didn't know that. Yeah. So forgetfully fasting. Like my grandma, she's got dementia. So that she forgets loads of things. Like she'll say to me, I'm hiding from you. You know why? Because you're a foreigner, you're not our family member. I'm your grandson. And then after like 10 minutes, she'll say, "Oh yeah, you're a grandson. Yeah, that's true." Yeah. So sometimes people forget. Right? So anyone who does anything forgetfully, right? You totally forgot. Sometimes it happens. You even sometimes forget your salat. How many times did it happen to you? Happened to me. Sometimes you're so busy doing something, and you say, "Oh, I missed my dhuhr." Yeah. Look at the time. Yeah. So these kind of things, it happens to everyone. This is why the Prophet ﷺ said, رُفِعَ عَنْ أُمَّتِي الْخَطَأُ وَالنِّسْيَانُ. Allah has uplifted from this ummah the consequences, the sin of making mistakes and forgetfulness. Yeah, so anything you do in Islam, mistake, you will never be held accountable for that. There's a sinful. And anything you do forgetfully, you can never be held. Yeah, why? Because it's a human nature, isn't it? Allah is not going to hold you accountable for something which is inbuilt into the human life. Okay, swallowing one's saliva and mucus. Yeah, like some people they do that saliva gymnastics. Yeah, then store it up and store it up and store it up, and then eventually, mashallah, Yeah.
So it's actually the same for after you brush your teeth, you got that taste of.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So that kind of like you said, the residue taste that you have, aftertaste, won't break your fast. This is your own mucus and saliva, by the way, guys, yeah? Just in case like some guests come down your house and you kind of give them a cup of family mucus and saliva. Yeah, and they kind of like, okay, let me ask this question. Let's say, for example, you did give someone a cup of saliva and they drank it and they're fasting. What would happen? Fast a break, yeah? Would they be kafara?
Yeah.
You're saying there's kafara? Okay, so you got an answer here, delivery for kafara. Anybody else?
Nourishing or non-nourishing?
Nourishing or non-nourishing? That's true. It's a good point.
It's not normally eaten.
It's not normally eaten, is it? I would assume that as well. That's what will come to my mind. It isn't something that normally is eaten in society, unless there's a tribe out there somewhere who, in Aston or Lozals or Allen Rock, that this is, they kind of like, like some communities do strange things in it. Let me tell you. People from Tajikistan. So I used to study in Pakistan. There was like all sorts of different background countries studying there. So this Tajiki guy, right, he did a dawah, like dinner, dawah he did. So we went to his room, and he's got like mat on the floor, and he gives us fruits. And I'm hungry, and like normally we eat fruit at the end, and he's got like apples there, bananas there, and oranges, and he's saying, okay, stop. I'm saying to him, is this the meal? Like just in case, because I haven't eaten, like I'll come later or something. No, this is how we start. We first of all we eat fruits, and then we eat the meal, because the fruit kind of like that makes the stomach like proper ready, and then you can eat proper. And I go, okay, that's a good one. Then I went to a Gujarati wedding. Yeah. Sat at the table, and they put like halwa right in front of me. I've just come now, I haven't been here for ages. And the guy goes, no, shut. This is how they do it. You got to eat the dessert first, then you got to eat the. Have you ever been to like a Gujarati wedding? Yeah, that's what they do. So just in case, you go on. Yeah, so get used to eating the dessert first. Yeah, sweet first they eat, and then they eat. Yeah, the normal stuff. So different people's weddings are different. Yeah, they have different sort of like. So the same thing happens. Maybe there's some communities. There might be something that you find a bit putting off, but they are okay with it. So swallowing one's saliva and mucus. So snot, for example. One of those ones. Yeah, and you swallow it. Your fast doesn't break. Doesn't matter how much you swallow. Yeah, it won't break your fast. But it's not a good thing to do in Ramadan. Okay, inhaling dust or smoke unintentionally. So inhaling dust and smoke unintentionally is in the past when they used to cook. What did they used to cook on? Fire. Is there going to be smoke? Yeah. Is smoke going to go in the face? Yeah. And you ever done a barbecue at home? Has ever smoke gone in your face? Yeah. And gone in your clothes? And burnt your clothes? And burnt your hands as well? Yeah, it happens, isn't it? Yeah. So if you're going to play with fire, you are going to get burnt. You're going to get smoke. So the Sahaba would have been cooking, and we have no record of any Sahabi being told that smoke is considered to be breaking your fast. Unless, like we say, unless you do it, you want to deliberately inhale it into your, then that's where we have the issue that we were discussing earlier on about the inhalers and all that. Yeah.
So if like in the day you're burning some before or something,
yeah,
and that goes up,
it's fine, won't it? Unless, like you know how Arabs use bakhur? No, you don't know how Arabs use bakhur. This is a classical. Arabs use bakhur. What they do is they put, you guys know what bakhur is? You go to Amsons and they have that kind of smell, fragrance on it. So basically what they do is they put the coal and they put that sort of like piece of wood on top, and then they stand on top of it. You stand on top of it. You got to put your dress on top, and you got to fill it up. I never know you do that. Yeah, you got to do that, and then it kind of fills your whole body, and then you smell nice all day, all week. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be done. It's not just like you go around your house and it's like scare the ghosts. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do. But just don't burn yourself. Okay, so smoke unintentionally, yeah? So you got passive smokers, you got someone who smokes at workplace or whatever, and you're sitting there and you're inhaling that smoke, your fast doesn't break. Yeah.
You make rice and you take coconut.
Yeah, or the steam comes up, yeah.
Intentionally then
it doesn't break fast. If you intentionally inhale the particles, the water particles, your fast will break, yeah.
You have to make this.
No, because it's not full offense, is it? Yeah. Okay, starting the fast in the state of major ritual impurity. So this is a common misconception a lot of people have. Oh, you know, I can't fast today because in the morning I didn't take a bath. Yeah, had intimacy last night, didn't take a bath in the morning. No, you actually do not need to be in the state of purity to fast. But you need to be in the state of purity to pray salat, obviously. Does that make sense? So you can technically start your fast. So this is like, you know, for example, like a woman who's menstruating. Menstruating women are not allowed to fast. Like this is like, because the wisdom behind it is because they're releasing a lot of blood, it's going to weaken their body, and it just doesn't really kind of make sense that they'd be fasting and at the same time, you know, going through all the pains and all that. So let's say a woman's bleeding stops. So let's say a woman's bleeding stops here. Does she have to take a bath to start her fast? That's the question. So the rule is this. Let's say, for example, Fajr starts at 4 a.m. in the morning, yeah? 4 a.m. So let's say her bleeding stops at 3:30. As long as when her bleeding stops and when the Fajr starts, there's enough time for her to be able to take a bath, she can fast the next day, even if she doesn't take a bath. Does everyone understand that? Yeah, so 3:30, right? Blood stops, and then she doesn't take a bath. Let's say she didn't take a bath. Can she fast? Yeah, so she's considered to be in the state qualifying to fast because there was enough time for her to take a bath. So legally, she's considered to be clean. Does that make sense? However, if there's not enough time, let's say the bleeding stops at 3:58. 3:58, is there enough time for her to take a bath? Right? If there's not enough time for her to take a bath, she can't fast the next day, unless she's really fast and she does one of the kind of Superman kind of baths, yeah? Just like in, yeah, just jumps out.
Can't you just eat though?
Huh?
If 4:05 is Fajr and 3:58 she stops menstruating,
Yeah.
she eats like, I don't know,
So,
toast.
Sari.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just Sari is fine. Yeah. But the question is, when is she considered to be out of the state of menstruation? So she's out of the state of menstruation if she physically takes a bath. Takes a bath meaning she wets the whole of her body and washes her mouth and nose. Or enough time exists for her to be able to take a full bath. Yeah. Okay. Alright, next. Injections, blood transfusions. Yeah. Now, do injections and blood cupping, do they? Okay, first of all, does cupping break your fast? Anyone had cupping done? Yeah? Is it good? Yeah, what happens?
Just put cups on your back and cut your back a bit.
Yeah, so basically you can do your home, guys, yeah? I'll give you ijaza. Yeah? And if you die, don't come back to me, I didn't tell you, yeah? So you get a cup, you probably got cups in your cupboard, yeah? And you get the cup, you get a piece of tissue, you light a match, you put inside the cup and you put it onto someone's back. And then you let that sort of like the air sort of burn up and then start to suck up the skin. You take it off, you get a razor blade, you start making cuts. And then you put a tissue in there again, burn it again, put it back on there and leave it on there, and naturally it will hold and it will start to suck out the blood. Yeah, this is the cowboy style of cupping. Yeah, this is how we do in Asta. So this cupping does not break your fast. Why doesn't cupping break your fast?
It's going out the body, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going out. Nothing's going in the body, is it? Alright, but injections and blood transfusions, here is where we have a bit of a dilemma, because nothing's going in the normal orifice. You're actually tearing into, you're making a hole into the surface of the skin to get into the blood. So this is where the scholars all agree that if you have a muscle injection in your muscle, right, or you have a jab in your muscle, your fast doesn't break. Okay, because it's clearly gone through layers. But if you have it through your veins, intravenous through your veins, put it in needle into your veins, and then you inject yourself. Obviously, nurses will do for you. Yeah, you shouldn't try to do this at home, just in case someone thinks I've allowed them to as well. So when you inject yourself and you put the medicine in, then does that break your fast or not? So there's two opinions on this. I'll tell you what opinion I take, but I'll tell you the two opinions. The first opinion is it breaks your fast. Yeah, this is an opinion held by many scholars. On the other hand, there's also many scholars who say your fast does not break, because they say it's not going through the normal orifice. Because the early scholars mentioned those orifices, it's as though This is what the Sharia wanted. So what do I say? I say this. If you're taking an injection of something that's nourishing your body, it's clearly giving nourishment to your body, your fast will break. But if it's not for nourishment, yeah, if it's a blood test or something of that kind of nature, then your fast won't break. Does everyone understand this? Yeah. Now dialysis, I don't know exactly how dialysis works. Yeah, maybe you ask the doctors. But if dialysis is pumping something, external into the blood, yeah, then I would say that will break your fast. And I assume people who have dialysis will feel very weak at the end of it anyway. Yeah, so it wouldn't be advisable for them to fast anyway. But if the dialysis simply is putting through a machine where it just filters out the blood, I assume that would not break your fast. That's what I would say. Wouldn't break your fast.
Is there an explanation as to why some say intravenous breaks the fast and some say it doesn't?
Yeah, so why do some say it doesn't break the fast? Because in the olden days they never imagined that something could be inserted into the body this way. And because the Quran is explicit about eating, drinking, they take that to be quite straightforward and just say it has to go through the normal orifice of eating and drinking. And because, for example, like the early Sahaba, they allowed putting like oils on your skin and it's absorbed into the skin. So they assume that something's being absorbed through the skin, even if it gets into your body, it wouldn't break your fast. So that patches, these patches we put on wouldn't break your fast. Yeah. But clearly if someone has some sort of like a crazy technique of trying to get food into their body, right, in some kind of special alien way, right, and they're trying to find a loophole in the system, they have to answer to Allah on the Day of Judgment. So we can only tell them, right, from normal of what a person could do.
I mentioned the word patches. Are you referring to these nicotine patches?
Yeah. Nicotine patches, contraceptive patches. Anything that releases into the skin, through the skin, into the bloodstream. Yeah. Even putting like CBD oil drops under your tongue, as long as you don't swallow it, wouldn't break your fast.
So a nicotine patch doesn't break your fast?
It doesn't break your fast.
So intramuscular injections and if antibiotics are given intravenously,
yeah.
Then so one school says it doesn't break the fast.
Yeah, so the Hanafis would all say it doesn't break your fast if it's through the muscle, because it's going through layers. But if it goes through the veins, that's where the Hanafis differ, contemporary Hanafis.
Because essentially both are really exactly the same, because once it goes into the muscle,
yeah,
it just drains straight away into the veins.
Yeah. So this is why, so basically the Hanafis differ with regards to the urethra. This is where the muscle starts from. So if a person was to have medicine put into the urethra, does it get directly into what they call the jawf, the hollowness of the body, the internal inside of the body? So some of the Hanafis, based upon their understanding, they said no, because it has to go through different layers before it gets to the body itself. They say that it doesn't break the fast. And other Hanafis said it does break the fast because it's getting to the body. Yeah. So ideally, what needs to happen is, this is my own personal sort of suggestion on this, is scholars from medical side and scholars from the fiqh side need to get together and they need to write a modern understanding of fast from the Hanafi school. Because there's a lot of things that scholars don't want to delve into because they don't have the medical expertise to talk about it. Yeah, so this is why there needs to be a little bit of a, get together from both sides so we can bridge these problems. I can give you my cowboy. If you were here and you guys were here, I would be talking so much about medicine and what I read. Okay, cleaning teeth. Does cleaning teeth break you fast? No. Swimming break you fast?
Maybe.
Unless you swallow, obviously. But if you don't swallow, if you're really good at swimming, you keep your head up. Yeah, with those armbands on in the kids' pool. You should be okay. Nicotine patches break you fast? Okay. Tasting food without swallowing. Yeah, sure. Lighting brushing. What's that? Lighting brushing. It's a new thing by themselves. Lightly brushing is supposed to be. Yeah, lightly brushing with toothpaste without swallowing. Yeah, so like lightly means like not crazy. Those kind of electric toothbrushes you have that it's got an app and tells you which part of your mouth you cleaned and all that. So as long as you don't do that hardcore brushing crazy, yeah, you should be okay. Okay, frequently asked questions now. Does vomit break fast? Yes or no? Should it break fast? No. But the Prophet ﷺ said on one occasion, whoever deliberately makes themselves vomit and vomits a mouthful breaks their fast. He said this to someone because that person was clearly doing something that's going to weaken them. Yeah. So when the Prophet ﷺ says something and we can't find a way to kind of like go around that, we have to follow what the Prophet is saying. You have to accept it. So all vomiting does not break fast unless you do it deliberately.
And a handful.
Handful. It's a mouthful.
Mouthful.
Yeah, so it has to be like a lot.
Is it both deliberately and a handful?
Yeah, so it has to be, you put your fingers in your mouth, you can mix up that, and then...
What if you do that but it's not a mouthful?
If it's not a mouthful, like...
Then it's okay.
Shall I demonstrate you guys?
No, please.
Thanks. Save me. Okay, does a wet dream break fast?
No.
No. Yeah, because there was clearly no intervention there. Does bleeding gums break fast? Ah, this is a common one. Does bleeding gums break fast?
Yes.
Blood coming out, does it break fast?
Yeah. No.
No? So shouldn't it? Yeah, if you swallow the blood and you can taste lots of blood going down your throat, that will break your fast. But if you can't tell, shouldn't break your fast because it's in the same ruling as the saliva. Okay, do idols break your fast? Yes or no? No. Okay, asthma inhalers, do they break your fast? Like I said, there is a difference of opinion about this. My position is that it does break fast, but there are others out there who say that it doesn't break fast.
Eye drops technically should break fast because...
Yeah, it should break fast, but see what happened in the time of the Prophet. Someone asked, can they use antimony in their eyes, kohal, surma? And he allowed it. And when you use surma, you feel something that goes down. So this is not a natural orifice. That's why we say about injections, there's like some scope for that because there were these examples. Okay, deodorants. Does deodorant break your fast? You better you see in Ramadan, bro. You're going to stand next to me in Tarawih. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, if you kind of have a deodorant and you do this kind of like, you smell the deodorant, then that's going to break your fast because it's particles going down your throat. Smoking break your fast? Yeah. Injections break your fast? So we discussed that. Can a woman fast if her menstruation stops right after Fajr? Right after Fajr? No. Yeah, because part of the Fajr was in a state of menstruation. So therefore, no. Breastfeeding and pregnancy. If there's a woman breastfeeding or there's a woman who's pregnant, does she have to fast? So the rule is this: if she fears for the child's safety, or she fears the milk is not going to be enough for the child, she doesn't have to fast. She can make it later on. Now I would say you leave this to women to figure out. Yeah, she feels, that it's going to be difficult for her, she doesn't have to fast. Yeah, so the Prophet ﷺ, he allowed pregnant women to make up their fast because it kind of comes under the ill person. Okay, does an ill person have to fast? No. Depends what kind of illness it is, isn't it? If it's like toes hurting, oh my toes hurting, yeah, right. I heard someone say, you don't have to fast if you're ill, I'm ill. Okay, what is fidya? So fidya, this is the last thing I'm finished. Fidya is basically the people who are incapable of fasting, like elderly people, people who have chronic illness which stops them from fasting. They have to pay for each day of fast that they can't fast. So technically, if they can't fast for 30 days, they have to pay for each of the 30 days. How much do they pay? The amount of sadaqatul fitr. How much is sadaqatul fitr? About £3, 3 to £5 for each fast. That's it.
So there's people who can't do fidya, like the pregnancy can't do that.
No, so because they can make up their fast later on. Anyone who can make up their fast later on does not fall under chronically ill person, terminally ill person. They are the people who have.
So fidya is essentially half the kafara.
So fidya is for the number of days you can't fast. So let's say someone was okay half of 15 days, but in 15 days their condition deteriorated and they couldn't fast. They'd only have to pay for the 15 days.
What's the they feel that they can't fast at all? They have to do fidya
For
the whole 30 days.
Yes, but can they fast after?
Yeah, some days are diabetic and
They can't. Then that's it. Then they have to pay for all 30 days.
Yeah. Kafara is 60 days of sadaqatul fitr, but this is 30 days.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's it, guys. So, any questions? Let's check on the curious cat. Okay, no questions here. Any questions? Okay. I may have misheard, but do inhalers break your fast? It's usually local deposition on the lungs and doesn't enter the stomach. Yeah, so that's why I was saying that I don't know exactly does it go in the stomach or not. If it doesn't, 100% doesn't go in the stomach, there's no particle that goes in the stomach, then it doesn't break your fast. Let's see, no other questions. Yeah.
So just on the fidya, who's sort of responsible for paying that, say if the same person?
The person themselves.
The person themselves.
Yeah.
Say if you have like a sibling who has a disability, mental disability, would that fall on the parents?
So if a person has a mental disability, they do not have to fast at all, and therefore there is no penalty and there is no fidya. Yeah. So the rules of fasting basically are you have to be in a state where the rules of Islam apply to you. So if you're a minor child, or if you're a person who has mental disability that you can't fast, there is no legal obligation on them to fast or make it up to you. Yeah, anything else? Yeah.
The age of fasting for young children?
Age of fasting starts when they reach the age of puberty. Yeah, age of puberty. No, anything else? Alright guys, Jazakallah khair. If you do have any other questions about fasting, you can put them on the what's it? Curious Cat. And after the break and after Salah, so we're supposed to stop at 12:20 here, 12:25 now, to 12:40, so we might go to about 12:45. So we're gonna have a break, we're gonna pray, and then we're gonna have the second session, which is Zakat. Right, so get your Zakat questions ready for that. Okay, let me just answer a few of these. So you can have a break now, so I'll just answer a few of these. Can we delay ghusl after suhoor even if we have time to do, but choose doing suhoor first? Yes, you can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Can you clarify the kafara again, please? We said 60 people, 2 meals, but on the slide it says 60 people, 2 meals. Yeah. So this is basically what it means is you got two options. I should have put the other point on the slide as well, but I forgot. So you got two options. The first option is you can feed 60 people, meaning when we say feed, give them a meal package. You take them to, I don't know, Sakib's, yeah, fish bar, and 60 people, you gather them all, and for each one you give one meal to them. You only require giving them one. But if you make a dinner for them, like you make a big banquet, and you invite them to eat, then you have to do that twice. So if it's a banquet, you got to do it twice. But if you're going to give them a meal parcel, then only one. Yeah. Okay. Has anyone ever attended a Zakat course in the past? First time? Has anyone ever heard of the word Zakat? Inshallah. Right. So, I've delivered loads of Zakat courses. I don't know how many I delivered. Yeah. Usually what happens is most time is spent in the question that you guys are going to ask. If you got a question, inshallah. So before we start, put your hand up if you're very confused about Zakat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. What's the most confusing thing that you find in Zakat? When to give.
When to give it, like what you're basing your amount on. Whether it, like,
I see.
gold
When to give, what you're basing it on. Anything else? Yeah. If you're eligible to give Zakat, yeah? Or to receive it? Yeah. Anything else? Yeah, receiving, yeah? Who is eligible to receive it? Good.
So what's the level of certainty that you should have when you assess this, that we can give Zakat?
Good question. So how much investigation, how much Sherlock Holmes do you have to do to find out whether someone can take Zakat or not? Good question, yeah.
So things like business transactions where you're getting...
Business transactions, excellent. Okay, just on that note, if there is anyone who has like some Zakat that they want to work out privately, then inshallah afterwards, after I finish, I'll help you guys work that out. If there's anyone who has like some private calculation that need doing, right? So inshallah after we finish, we just on the side somewhere, we can come here and I can work it out for you guys. Yeah. As long as you don't own like some crazy CEO of Apple or something, then I can't work that for you.
Generally, some people have limited companies and they have money.
Limited companies. Good. Okay, limited companies will do that as well. Anything else? Yeah? No?
So things like, recently, like where debts might not get paid and
your liabilities, excellent, good one. Yeah. Right, that's it. Is that the toughest question you guys got? Shukr, alhamdulillah. Yeah. Alright, so let's start. Everyone here, yeah? If anyone's listening, please bring some tea. Alright, so first of all, what does Zakat mean? Yeah, what does Zakat mean? When we say Zakat, anyone know what we're referring to when we talk about Zakat? What comes to your mind when you think of Zakat?
Purifying one's wealth.
Purifying one's wealth, that's a good one, definitely. Purifying one's wealth. Anything else? Zakat, yeah. Obligation, fard, very good. Anything else? Pillar of Islam, very good. Yeah, it's an important part of Islam. Right. So there are 4 aspects to Zakat. Okay, 4 aspects to Zakat that we have to understand. Number 1 is purity. Yeah. So, is it 3 minutes? Yeah. Purity. So in other words, Zakat means purity, right? Because just like we have to clean our bodies and wash ourselves, also when it comes to our financial dealings, there's an element of, like, you can say, residual filth that starts to gather on wealth. You can imagine like a spiritual rust, and that can have an effect on other parts of your life. So once you start giving Zakat, it's like, when you donate blood, you give blood, it makes you feel a bit better. Similarly, giving Zakat is like that. Number 2, growth. No one said growth today. So Zakat actually means growth as well. And when we say growth, what we mean by that is that Zakat actually helps your wealth to grow in ways that you can't imagine. So like if I have in my bank £1,000 and I leave that in the bank, right, or I spend it, right, it's not really going to grow, is it? We can't take interest, so it's not going to grow. But when you give Zakat, what happens is that Allah is the sustainer. So Allah Himself will give you wealth from places you never imagined. You'll get like, how many times has it happened to me? Loads of times where, like, you're giving some money to charity, and like you check your pockets and you got, I don't know, £12.26, and you give it, and all of a sudden a week later you get exactly the same amount back. Yeah, you get like £12 back, you get £15 back somehow. Yeah, from ways you never imagined. So this is the kind of behind the scenes growth that takes place with your wealth. Blessing as well. Clearly, zakat will bring blessings to your wealth as well. And above all, it's a form of charity as well. Right? Now you see, there's two things in Islam. There's two things Islam encourages a lot. Number one is buy as much as you like. As long as you're not breaking Allah's laws, buy as much as you like. Yeah, as long as you're not gambling, as long as you're not, squandering your wealth, buy as much as you like. Islam encourages buying. Yeah, and if you are not going to break Allah's laws, you're always going to be buying things that are useful. Yeah, so don't overspend. Right? When you do shopping, buy shopping for your family. It's good, but don't overspend. And if you're going to buy yourself a car, buy yourself the best car you want. It's fine, but just don't do it out of showing off. Yeah. If you take those things into consideration, you are allowed to earn as much as you like, and you're allowed to spend as much as you like. Islam is not like, Catholicism, where they believe in the idea that wealth is bad, it's evil, innately evil. No, we don't believe in that. We believe wealth is actually something that can strengthen your faith. Because if you earn, you can support yourself to worship Allah, your family, your community, like the Prophet ﷺ's companion, Uthman radiallahu anhu, he used to earn loads. But he became one of the key supporters of the Muslim expeditions. Abdurrahman ibn Auf, multi-millionaire of those days. Yeah, so earning as much as you can, good. But just one thing, do not break Allah's laws whilst doing it. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
So what is it different from then? The extravagance.
Extravagance is basically when you overspend on something that you don't need to buy. That's breaking Allah's law.
So, for example, I buy shoes that cost £150.
Yeah.
That's for 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, so this could differ from person to person, isn't it? For example, if you're living in a village in Pakistan, right, and you're going to spend £100 on a pair of shoes, that would be extravagance for that type of society. But £100 in this society might not be considered to be extravagance. Like for example, yeah, I've got these, which I robbed off my dad. Yeah, he wants some new ones, and he goes to my son, "Do you want these?" I go, "Yeah." They just about fit me, like I've got to curl my toes up. Yeah, and I've got football shoes, badminton shoes, running shoes, cycling shoes. Now, someone else might not need all those shoes, but I need them because I do a lot of badminton, I do a lot of cycling, and if you don't get the right shoes, then it's going to be harmful to your feet. In the long term, you're going to end up with 20 million problems. So this is why sometimes when we think something is extravagant, we have to look at the person's society. What society are they in? Like for example, someone might say, "How many shoes do women need?" Huh? Tough question. How many?
35,000 pairs.
No, serious. How much do you need? Like average, how much do you think you need? Now, you're a man in it, so you're probably thinking of it from a man's point of view. I've got 7 pairs of shoes. I know I've got 7 pairs for different, obviously, functions. Yeah, but we can't judge everyone based upon our circumstances. So this is why we might not need all that stuff, but other people might need it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's all to do with society. So this idea of being overspending, it all depends upon the society you live in. And at the end of the day, you ask yourself, do I really need to buy this? That's what you ask yourself. Is this really going to bring more sort of like meaning to my life? Okay, so what is zakat? What is zakat? This is the definition of zakat. Let's read that. What does this mean? In your own words. It's a worship. It's obligation. How much do you have to give? 2.5%. 2.5%. How do you work out 2.5% of any figure? If I give you a figure, like if I say to you 40, what's 2.5% of 40? Divided by 40. Yeah? Okay. So, as you can see over there, it says, who own wealth. Right? So, you got clothes on. Is your clothes wealth? The car you got outside wealth? Your business wealth? So we're going to look at what does it mean to be wealth? What types of wealth are zakatable, right? So this is the definition. Anybody got any questions on this definition? Okay, who receives wealth now? Who receives zakat? Recipients of zakat. I'm going to put on the screen this ayah of the Quran. I want you to read it. And I want you to list for me who the people are. Yeah. So who are the 8 categories? The poor, number 1. Needy.
What's the principle?
Poor, needy, they say, poor person is someone who has less than the threshold, which we're going to talk about. And needy is someone who has nothing. Like homeless, food, they have nothing at all. Yeah, penniless. Okay, so poor, needy, who else was the third? The distributors of zakat. People who actually work for the government or a reputable organization that distributes zakat. Yeah, they can have from that zakat money, they can have a portion of it. Yeah, because if you think about it, if there's a guy going around collecting everyone's zakat, what's shaitan gonna make him do? Take it, isn't it? Yeah, so you got you might be a good person, but not everyone is gonna go to collect zakat. So this is why the Prophet ﷺ, he allocated for zakat collectors, he actually used to have an amount that he would give as wages to them from the zakat. So once the zakat was brought in, he'd collect all the zakat, call all the zakat collectors, and he'd give them wages for collecting zakat. You gotta survive, you gotta live, isn't it? So not everything is free of charge. The Prophet ﷺ would pay people.
That includes the charity organizations.
So, good question. Can charity organizations take this fee? So, initially in the past, because Muslims have predominantly been living under Muslim rule governments, the government would discharge and take care, dispose of all these affairs. Yeah, they were the ones who would take care, and you trusted the government. Nowadays in this country, we don't have a government. So, can there be like an organization or proxy government that behaves like a government and does these things? So, many of the scholars allow this. But again, what I'm going to say is, be careful which organization you give your zakat to, I would say. Yeah, because unfortunately, just because they call themselves a Muslim organization, a lot of the time you don't know what's happening behind the scenes and you don't know where a lot of the money goes. Yeah, you can't just trust people with your money just because they say, I'm a Muslim organization. Right? There should be people that you are very particular about when you're giving your zakat money to people.
Who would you recommend?
As-Suffa. Yeah. So As-Suffa Institute does give zakat to the poor around the world. And then locally as well, they give it as well. So they give it locally and around the world as well. And we are very strict on, we don't even take a penny from the zakat.
How about models they trust penny of being?
Yeah, so inshallah at the end, the ones that I know, I trust, I'll tell you. The ones that I don't know much about, I won't mention them. Yeah. So, okay, number 4, what's number 4? For bringing hearts together, yeah? For bringing hearts together means, basically in the beginning of Islam was weak. So, what the Prophet ﷺ did was, he used to give zakat money to non-Muslims, yeah, to bring their hearts closer to Islam. Does that make sense? So this group of people that was given primarily to support Islam. Because if there's like non-Muslim organizations or governments out there and you lobbying, if you kind of financially support them, end of the day they're going to help you. Because then they're going to stand up for your causes. Because, everyone likes money. So this is what the Prophet ﷺ allowed. Then later on, in the time of Umar radiallahu anhu, this was actually considered to be something that was stopped. So they stopped giving this category. Umar actually stopped giving non-Muslims zakat money. Because he said, we don't need it. As in, we are now strong enough and independent to get support from external organizations or people. Yeah, so this group was then stopped. Number 5, to free those in bondage. So people who are captured by the enemy and they wanted ransom, you could use zakat money to free them. Yeah. So, even today, like some organization like Cage, you heard of Cage organization. So Cage organization actually, they use zakat money to free prisoners to fight their cases. to free prisoners, Muslim prisoners. So many scholars in today's time would allow that. Some scholars are very cautious about this, and they say it doesn't really apply, but many scholars do allow this. 6 is those who are in debt. So anyone who's in debt to such an extent that their debt outweighs their assets, yeah, so their debt is more than anything that they own, they can be given zakat. So they could be a millionaire, but his debt is 10 million. He could receive zakat. Yeah? He's allowed to receive zakat. You might think, well, no, he's not poor. I would rather give it to someone who's starving. That's fine, up to you, but the Quran says the person in debt is allowed to receive zakat.
Doesn't that mean the majority of students?
The majority of?
Students.
Student loans, you mean? People are.
You take majority.
Yeah, so a lot of students, like you might have family members who are want to study at university, but they can't afford the fees and they've got a lot of debts to pay off. Yeah, so potentially even they can be given zakat as well. Yeah. So when we hear about zakat, there's only one group we think of as poor, that's it. But you see, Islamically, the idea of zakat is meant to be strengthening the community. And weaknesses of community are in different areas, not just the poor. Poor is one area of vulnerability. But you have people who are like really good people who actually can do a lot of benefit for the community, but unfortunately they're in a lot of debt. Yeah, like businesses. And if you can get them out of debt, these guys will probably in the future become donors and givers. Yeah.
You know, when we speak about the needy, the poor, and even the people in debt, are these just Muslims or are these?
Yeah, Muslims. All these categories are bar one are all Muslims.
The debt thing, is that to get them out of debt or is that towards their debt?
Basically, you cannot dictate to someone where the money goes. It's up to them where they want to spend it. Yeah.
So is any of those categories above others?
No, they all are equal. They're all equal. Yeah.
Can I just go back to your example of the millionaire with 10 million of debt?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just come to me as I said it out loud. I was going to say, why can't he sell everything? He's still being debt. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
To me, I was just a bit confused.
It happens always. It happens to me loads of times. Yeah. Okay. Number 7, for the cause of God. For the cause of God is basically for military expeditions. So military expeditions, you got an army, right? Enemies come to your border. What's the main thing you need for a war?
Finances.
Finances, isn't it? So if you look at, for example, Surah Baqarah, a quarter of Surah Baqarah is about financing. So we forget, your du'as to Allah will do a lot. But if you don't put your money where your troops are, you're not going to get much done. That's why if you look at all the battles of the Prophet ﷺ, he always tried to use cutting edge technology to fight the wars. They never used to just like go for battle, even like if they had a choice of what they could use, they would never go for battle barefooted unless that was the only option. So as Muslims, we always have to remember, financing unfortunately is something that makes the world go round. So we all have to put our money and invest in Muslim organizations and especially in military, as a Muslim government, if you have a government, for this. And if you look at this country, a large amount of the budget is actually reserved for military. There's a reason for that. Yeah, not because they just want to waste money, they could have spent it on other things, but they know this is for the protection of the sovereignty of the public.
Sheikh, these categories, do they themselves not need to give zakat?
Yes, so every Muslim potentially can give zakat.
Except these categories, they receive it but don't give
it. Yeah, they receive it but they're not going to give it.
So if you've been in debt your whole life.
And if you're in debt your whole life, you'll never give zakat. Yeah. Okay, number 8. For the stranded traveller. So let's say, for example, you've gone to Hajj. Happens sometimes. Your money got nicked, your money got stolen, and you got no access to any funds. You can take zakat, even though you got loads of money at home. But because in that situation you are financially, dependent on others, you're allowed to receive zakat just for that situation. Yeah. But once you get access, you can't receive zakat. So does everyone understand the idea of zakat? Zakat is not just for the poor. That's a misconception a lot of Muslims have. They think it can only go to the poor people. It actually goes to different varieties because the idea of the zakat money is it should be a small amount of your funds should be strengthening the weaknesses in a Muslim society. If you give all your money to the poor, but you ignore all the other categories, potentially you could be causing like a tilt in the balance, where it could cause harm in other areas you don't even realize. Okay. Now, what is the virtue of zakat? Here I put a virtue of zakat. I don't need you guys to Google now. Yeah, I will put it up for you. Virtue of zakat. So read that. Okay, everyone read that? In your own words, what is that basically? What lesson do we learn from that? Allah will increase beyond your measure. Excellent. Anything else? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you give, you are never going to lose out. Even if you think, you know what, my money is decreasing, it won't decrease, because imagine you're blind, you can't see anything happening. Right? You're basing obviously all your judgments on your senses. In reality, we're blind about the future. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know tomorrow if I'm going to wake up, yeah, or eat or drink or whatever. So when we trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala takes care of everything. Yeah? So if He's promised that if you give in the path of Allah, Allah will multiply. This is a 100% promise. You will get it back. In fact, you'll get it manifold. Okay. Admonition of not giving zakat. See, the problem is if you don't give your zakat, if someone says, you know what, I'm not going to give my zakat. Right, you don't give your zakat. And then 1,000 other people say, I'm not going to give my zakat. And then 100,000 other people say, I'm not going to give my zakat. Eventually, what's going to happen? Is that one aspect of Muslim progress in life on the earth is going to be crippled. Yeah. So imagine people say, right, from now on we are not going to fund any school at all. This government said we're not going to fund any school. What's going to happen?
No education.
No education. Slowly, generation is going to be deprived of understanding about, you know, becoming qualified, and then eventually you're going to have, in 20, 30 years time, you're going to have a whole big mass of generation who cannot do anything to fill in those gaps of society. Doctors, yeah, accountants, ministers, all these jobs that need to be filled in. You won't be able to. Same thing happens if you don't give zakat. So look at this. Read that. Yeah, what do we learn from this?
Even if you don't see the repercussions in this life, in the next life, on the day of judgment, you'll basically, I don't know how to explain, but you'll get the punishment.
Yeah, you'll suffer. The reality is that whatever crime you commit in this world, there'll be an appropriate punishment ready on the day of judgment for that crime. Hoarding away your wealth in this world, like in other words, hoarding would be where you don't spend it in the right places. The penalty on the day of judgment is going to be appropriate for that crime. So we have to be very careful. Like, if we here, all of us, don't support Islam, who is going to support Islam? Like, who are we relying on? A Maulana, a Sheikh? They're just human beings. They don't have the power. It's all the Muslim Ummah that has to do the job. So this is why it's very important to do as much as you can for Islam in any way. Not everyone is going to become doctors, but we still need doctors, and we still need nurses, and we still need, you know, teachers, and we still need all these different occupations. Okay, who pays zakat now? This is the important point that we need to understand. First of all, you have to be an adult. According to the Hanafi school, you only give zakat when you're an adult. Just like you only legally have to start praying your salat, your prayer, and fasting when you reach adulthood. Before that, you don't have to, basically, right? Parents should train up their kids to pray, obviously, but when it comes to financial dealings, you only have to give once you become an adult. This is according to Imam Abu Hanifa. Imam Shafi rahimahullah, Malik, they say children have to give zakat as well if they have enough funds. Yeah, so they say if you're like a 3-year-old child you got, and mashallah, grandparents have been very nice and given them lots of Eid money, and it's above the threshold, they have to give zakat as well. but you give it on their behalf from their money. You take the zakat and you give it. Okay, you've got to be Muslim, obviously, and you have to be sane. Yeah, so you have to be sane, meaning if there's anyone who is clinically insane, or they basically cannot tell the difference between what's right and what's wrong in society, then that person does not have to give zakat. Just like they don't have to fast. Yeah, because Allah does not burden a person in religion more than they can bear. So if someone is mentally unable to be able to make decisions, then zakat cannot be obligatory upon them, and nor does anyone else have to give it on their behalf. Yeah, so this would include things like extreme forms of dementia, where people don't even realize, understand money, and they don't understand how it works, and yeah, I don't know what else. What are the circumstances can there be? Old age, extremely old age, yeah, when they become senile. Anything else? Psychosis as well. And is that like something that's long term? Delusions. And they can't tell the difference between what's right and what's wrong. Yeah? Yeah, sometimes, yes. Yeah, so again, it will depend. So what I would suggest is, if there is a person in your family that's of that nature, speak to your doctor. And if it's a Muslim doctor, they'll be able to tell you whether that person is in capacity to be able to make decisions. And if they're not, and you have to make all the decisions for them, that means they don't have to give zakat. Yeah.
So does that mean you still do it on their behalf?
No, you don't. No, because the obligation doesn't apply to them. Yeah. So remember this verse in the Quran. Allah does not burden a person in religion more than they can bear. Yeah? Allah will never ever burden someone to do something in Islam if it's beyond their ability. Okay. What is nisab now? Now, look, we're going to use this word nisab. You can call it threshold, which basically means, like in this country, they have the poverty line. Imagine a poverty line. If you're above that line, you're considered to be fairly rich. And if you're below that line, you're considered to be poor. So in Islam, we have a poverty line as well. We call this the nisab. In Arabic, nisab means threshold. So in other words, if you have a certain amount of wealth, that certain amount of wealth now qualifies you to be rich. So in other words, the rules of zakat potentially will apply to you. So in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, there were 7 types of assets. I'm not going to talk about the 7 because they talk about camels and cows and goats and horses, and yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Unless someone has camels and goats later on, you can speak to me. Yeah, we can sort that out. But the 2 main types of currencies that they had in them days was gold and silver. So you had gold coins, you had silver coins, and so the Prophet ﷺ, he set 2 thresholds for the people who own gold and for the people who own silver. So gold is, in today's conversion, approximately what you see on the screen. What is it? 87? 48 grams. So if you have 87.48 grams of gold, you got it? Give zakat. So what would you, in your Google, do your Google search, and Google what is the value, today's value of gold in grams. What's the value of gold in grams today? So you see how good you guys are in Google searches. Yeah.
Sheikh, you know what you said? For a needy, is that the difference between miskin and faqir?
That's it. Yeah.
So is miskin, he's below the threshold?
The miskin is like nothing, penniless. Faqir is in need. So he's like below.
Still, but they're both still below.
Both below.
But one is like completely in dire situation.
That's it. Okay, yeah. And I found it, what is it? 1 million grams, yeah. Did you find 24 carat? Yeah, Google gold value, 24 carat. 47.55. 47.55, yeah? Yeah, that sounds right. 47.55. Is that 24 carat? What did you type in?
47.55.
Anybody else got anything?
47.76.
47.76, yeah?
On bullionbypulse.co.uk.
And it's 24 carat, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But what is 24 carat?
24 carat basically means it's like 100%. Yeah, it's like equivalent to 100%. And then the lower you go, 23 carat, like you know Big Ben, it's got 23 carat gold on the top. We went the other day. And you know Big Ben, this is the gold in it. So ideas. Yeah.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying? If you ever do need some money, It belongs to us. So it's 23 karat gold, guys. And then you have Asian gold, which is usually 22 karat gold. And then you have like 20 karat gold, 18 karat. So usually about 12 karat gold is considered 50%. Yeah, 50% gold. And then it's got other alloys mixed with it, which make it stronger. You know why they have to put 23 karat gold on big men? You know?
Too heavy, 24.
No. You see, when it rains, it wears out the gold. So if it's any low quality gold, they're going to lose gold. Okay, so slide down under it, yeah, and then you get all wet with gold. So the 23 karat gold, it doesn't wear off, it doesn't erode. It's a weird fact. Okay, so gold is 87.4, so that means 47.76. Okay, times that by 87 point.
Oh, that's 1 gram.
Yeah, so times that.
So what do you like different? Like, it depends where you got the figure from. And
Usually the figures are the same in the UK. Yeah, you Google it, it should be the same. What is it? Any good accountants here? 47, yeah.
Wait, the 47, isn't that for the 87.48 grams?
No, that's for 1 gram per gram.
One.
You guys know about gold? How much it's worth? You guys need to invest in gold, guys. Big men.
4,200, roughly about 4,200.
4,200 something, that sounds about right. Yeah? So in other words, have you got that figure with them? Exact figure?
Yeah.
What is it?
4178.
4178, yeah?
Yeah.
So 4178, we're going to say about 4,200. Let's just say 4,200, let's make it easy. So therefore, if you have 4,200, you are rich. And if you have less than 4,200, you're poor. That's in gold days. You understand that? And see, 3 years ago, the nisab for gold, 87.48 grams of gold, you know how much it cost? £2,800.
Increase.
Yeah, if you had invested then, Big Ben, okay? Big Ben's worth more now.
How do you even invest in gold? You can buy it online. You just buy it.
Yeah, you can buy it online. Yeah. Alright, silver. Now silver nisab is this. So figure it out. How much does 1 gram of silver cost? What's the silver per gram? 62.3 pence, yeah? So 60, that sounds right. 62.3 pence. Now multiply that by 612.36 grams. $60, 612.36.
38150.
31?
38150.
381.50, yeah, like that. 381, so one figure, the threshold for silver is 381 pounds. Threshold for gold is 4,200. Yeah? Big difference, isn't there? What do we do with cash in today's times? Do we treat cash as gold or do we treat cash as silver? This is where scholars have differed. Many scholars have said you treat silver because you want more people to give zakat. So if you're going to use the silver, that means there's going to be a number of givers, donors. And if you use the gold one, then all those people who have wealth between 300 and and 4,000, they're not going to be given zakat. However, there's a lot of reliable scholars in today's times who have actually used the gold. They've said gold is actually the more practical. The reason why gold is more practical is because we live in a society, think about it, you're living in Birmingham, yeah? If someone has 316, how much is it, 300? 381 pounds. Are they rich?
No.
Yeah? They're probably going to finish that in a week or so. Does that make sense? This is why sticking to the gold value makes more sense. Especially today, because in the olden days, the difference between gold and silver wasn't that much. Just slightly less silver was. Now the value of gold has shot up. Does that make sense? So I would say, look, you look at your situation. Generally, I tell students, like people at university students, use the gold value. So as long as you've got assets less than 4,200, you are eligible to receive zakat, and you don't have to give zakat. Does that make sense? But other people, I use the silver value for myself. But you can use, I would say, use the one that is going to be more practical for you. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah.
Just for what you earn or what you have as a family as well. Because currently, I have a part-time job. I don't get much of it, but my main, I get most of my money from my dad. Basically,
Yeah.
he pays my rent and everything. Does that mean that when it comes to my zakat, technically with this in mind, I don't have to pay? Obviously, I'm getting money from my dad.
Yeah. So it's all based on savings. So if you have the savings, basically, it's not based upon whether you're working or not. A lot of people have this misconception: you only give zakat if you work. If you don't have a job, you don't give zakat. No, it's wrong. It's based upon how much savings you have. All right. When is zakat paid now? Right. So look, when is zakat paid? Zakat is paid based upon the lunar calendar. Right. So you pay on the lunar calendar. This is the mainstream position of the scholars. So in other words, you pay it. Let's say, for example, your zakat anniversary starts on the 10th of Ramadan. That means the next 10th of Ramadan, that's when you're going to be giving your zakat. Does that make sense? So you have the threshold on the 10th of Ramadan, you have the threshold. If you're using gold, you have more than £4,200 in assets. And next Ramadan, you have more than 4,200 assets. You give zakat on whatever you have.
Can you change the date?
You can't change the date, no. It's just stuck whenever you first time earned the nisab, you calculate 12 months down the line.
What should below the nisab in that year?
Now, I'm going to show you a diagram, a nice diagram that I designed here. Yeah, but just keep that in mind. Now, so he says, 10th of Ramadan will be zakat anniversary. Yeah, 10th of Ramadan will be what? So in other words, when the 10th of Ramadan comes, you're just going to check on your accounts and everything. Do you have more than 4,200? If you do, you got to give zakat. And if you have less than that, you don't give zakat. Does that make sense? Okay. Now.
Okay, I do mine on the day I became a Muslim, a year on.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about the lunar calendar thing.
Yeah.
So I sort of over 10 years probably need to pay another year.
Good question. Yeah, and it happens to a lot of people. A lot of people have this. So there's an organization in the world called IOFI. AIOFII. IOFI. And it's basically, there's scholars from all the madhabs, prominent scholars around the world from all the madhabs. They sit and they have discussions about modern financial problems. And they've discussed this issue. They've said a lot of businesses can't use the lunar model because the way that the taxes work and the way everything works, it has to be done according to knowing the dates. So this is why they've said, if you're going to use the Gregorian calendar, what you do is you have to work out the zakat for 2.57%. Does that make sense? So normally you work out 2.5%. But if you take into consideration the extra 11 days, difference between a lunar calendar is 50 something days compared to a solar calendar. It's got 10 days extra, 11 days extra. So you take that into consideration. If you're going to use the Gregorian calendar, when you work out your zakat, just take into consideration the extra, just about 1%.
What's the website called again?
Huh?
What's the website?
It's not a website, it's an organization. You guys won't have access to organizations like special.
That's just for businesses.
This is for anyone who wants to work out their zakat and they find that following the lunar calendar is too difficult for them.
Can I not just do it 10 days sooner every year?
You can give your zakat whenever you like, but your calculation must be according to that day. Yeah. So what I would suggest is, if you put it into your calendar, into your phone or something, just like when you pay your bills and your MOT and all that, and it just gives you a reminder. And that particular day, you just have to work out the zakat for that day. Now, if you get stuck and you don't know what to do, I would suggest is, National Zakat Foundation, they have got fantastic resources on their website to backdate zakat. Yeah, they've got all the figures of past years, so you can actually contact them and free of charge. They'll actually help you work out your zakat. Okay, so this is the diagram I was talking to you guys about, mashallah. Yeah. So as you can see, let's say for example, like this is like your money fluctuating, right? Ramadan the 10th to Ramadan the 10th, and it's like fluctuating throughout the year. So imagine, for example, that's the threshold. Let's say this is the threshold here. Yeah. So therefore, your wealth will technically, as long as it's above this green line, you are above the threshold. So all you have to look at is 2 points. The first time you are above the threshold, all the way till 12 months after that, when you're there. So whatever you have at this date over here, right? Or whenever the date is. Do I have a date? Okay, actually I do have a date. So let's say that is the 10th, and then the next year, the yellow one, that's the 10th. So on that day, whatever assets you have to give zakat of that. Is everyone set? Yeah? Yeah.
Just to clarify, so let's say you have savings separate to your monthly income, and you have some money to spend on bills and stuff like that. Is that included?
Oh, that's going to come. That's going to come. So after we finish this, I'll be talking to you about calculation, how to calculate your liabilities. But does everyone understand this? Yeah. So in other words, you simply just look at your date anniversary, your zakat anniversary, and you work out how much assets you have, and then you minus the liabilities, and then you work out your zakat. Okay, let me give you another example now. Let's say in the year your money fluctuates, but it goes below zero at one point. If ever your assets go below zero, then the whole calculation has to start again.
Overdraft.
Yeah. So if you're in overdraft, if you're in the minus,
complete zero.
Complete zero. So then you have to wait over here, for example. Let's say you had wealth, and then what happened was, over here, and then what happened was all the way down over here. So that's your when it started, and over there it's hit zero. Yeah. So now what happens is you have to wait for the next time it goes above the green line, and then you count 12 months down from there.
Is the green line the nisab?
Nisab. I've used the silver nisab here. Does everyone understand? So if you ever, when we talk about that 10 million debt the guy had, so he's in the zeros, so he technically does not even have to give zakat, because he's in the minus.
Oh, so you know your debt, do you minus that
after? Yeah.
With your how much money you got saving?
Yeah, that's it. So we're going to talk about liabilities. Yeah.
Sorry, is it as soon as it hits the nisab level, or is it when you're a penny over?
As soon as it hits the level, yeah. As soon as it hits the level, that's when your 12-month calculator starts. Yeah.
What if I don't hit zero, but come my next anniversary, I'm below the nisab?
Then you don't give zakat.
Then do I recalculate?
And then you wait until the next 12 months.
Oh, the next 12 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you wait until then. Does everyone understand this? Yeah. Okay.
So it's 12 months from that new arrow there.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. Yeah. Right. Everyone understand this? Okay. How do I calculate my zakat? Now look at this. I've got a very easy 3-step solution here. You work out your zakatable assets. What's your zakatable assets? We're going to look at that. There's 5 zakatable assets. You deduct your liabilities, and then you got your zakat. Yeah, I know. And I said to you, we'll go through together. If anyone does have any specific calculations that they're confused on their own ones, then they come here and I can explain to them, inshallah. Okay, look. So, what are the zakatable assets? There's 5 zakatable assets that you need to know. Okay, very important. 5 zakatable assets that most of us need to know. Number 1, zakat, gold and silver. Number 2, cash. Number 3, business stock. Number 4, equity and shares. Number 5, certain pensions. Everyone got those 5? Gold and silver, cash, business inventory, business stock, equity, shares, and finally certain pensions. Yeah, so how many? How many fingers have I got in my hand? 5. Yeah. Alright, so let's go through each one. Now look, imagine that you're like me, you got 7 pairs of shoes at home. Do I have to give zakat on 7 pairs of shoes? Or let's say I've got 2 cars. Yeah? Or let's say I've got, 2 watches. Or let's say I've got like a very expensive bike. Yeah? Do I have to give zakat on that?
Wouldn't depend.
Is it or not? What other things come to your mind whether you have to give zakat on it or not.
This is 5 categories.
Now, what would normally come to your mind?
No. Savings.
Savings.
Surplus income.
Surplus income. Properties. Rental properties. Yeah, you've got income. You've got rental properties.
Yeah.
What else? Cryptocurrency. Yeah. Anything else? Your house. Yeah.
I thought what's that business that you don't need to give zakat on? Like if you rent a house.
Akhirah business. But I just want to know what kind of things come to your mind where you get confused. Yeah. Like, I know this question. Some people ask, "Oh, I'm a lady." Not me, obviously. Yeah. Have you seen that thing? What's that guy's name? I forgot his name. Anyway, if you don't know his name, it's not going to make sense. So I'm a lady, and what happens is I've got a wedding dress, and this wedding dress is very expensive, and I'm only going to wear it once in my life. Do I have to give zakat then? It's a common question you will ask, isn't it? Yeah. Do I have to give zakat? I've got jewelry at home that's made from platinum, not gold. Yeah. Do I have to give zakat on it? Or I've got like a Rolex watch. Do I have to give zakat on it?
Diamonds.
Do I have to give zakat on diamonds? Yeah. Everyone understand? So this is. I was thinking that you guys might be asking these kind of questions, but alhamdulillah, you're asking those, so it's good. Yes.
Does it matter what type of gold you have, like the purity?
That's a good question. Yeah. So what kind of purity gold? Excellent, good question. So first of all, usually when people have gold and silver in today's days, they usually have it in the form of jewelry, don't they? Yeah. If you have jewelry, right, and remember, if it's gold and it's on the threshold, you got to give zakat, and if it's below the threshold, you don't give zakat. Yeah. So if it's gold above threshold, 87.47 grams, or if it's silver, 612.36, you got to give zakat on it. Otherwise, you don't have to give zakat. Yeah. Some people have a little bit of gold, yeah, some have a little bit of silver. Then technically on those there wouldn't be any zakat if that was the only asset that you have. Bullion, if someone's a bit so like into collecting gold bullion. Ornaments, some people might have gold ornaments, silver, like Big Ben. Ornaments, you might have silver cutlery. Yeah, people have silver cutlery. Any form of gold and silver, so long as separating it is not difficult. Yeah, so for example, like gold teeth, real gold teeth. Someone's got real gold teeth. So taking out gold teeth once a year, is it going to be easy? No, so you don't have to give zakat. So once I said this to a guy. I said, I was giving a talk and I said, if you have gold in your teeth, you don't have to give zakat on it because it's hard to take out, right? It hurts when you take it out. He goes, okay, in that case, if you got cash in your wallet and it's hard to take out, yeah, do you have to give zakat then? Never thought that one. Okay, let me say it all again then. So, any form of gold, so for example, gold plated, you don't have to give zakat on gold plated, because gold plated is so minuscule the amount of gold that you cannot remove it unless you've got powerful machinery that can, like now the government, you heard about the government want to take phones, old phones, and then from the chips they want to take out the gold. Yeah, so we don't have that technology, so we can't do it. But anything else, any gold that's tangible gold. What's tangible gold? So in the olden days, they used to say 12 carats, which is 50%. As long as it's 50%, 12 or more, you have to give zakat on it. If it's less than 12 carats, you don't have to give zakat on it. But some scholars of modern day, they've actually said, even if it's less than 12, you have to give zakat, because today, jewelers can actually extract like 9 carat gold as well. Yeah. So, but I would say sticking to the 12 carat value is just something which is easy for everyone to do. Now, how do you work out the zakat of gold and silver? Yeah. So there's 2 ways to work it out. Expert way. Yeah. What's the expert way? You go to Soho Road, or you go to the one that got broken into on Ladywood Road. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they were going in to get their zakat calculated, and they didn't know the exact way to get in. So, okay, there's an expert way. What's the expert way? Yeah, you go to the jewelry store, you pay them, and then this Muslim ones will usually kind of work out the zakat for you. Now remember, you only have to work out the zakat of the gold content, not diamonds. There's no zakat on diamonds. Yeah, there's no zakat on pearls. There's no zakat on platinum. There's no zakat on any of these precious things because they have not been mentioned by the Prophet ﷺ. You have to follow whatever the Prophet ﷺ said.
Cannot be classed as assets.
No. Not as zakat is.
Is it? Yeah. So even say if somebody has £1 million worth of diamonds.
No zakat.
So technically.
So it's a good question, but the reason is because acts of worship. We're only allowed to do acts of worship according to how it was told to us. We can't draw an analogy. We can't make comparison. We have to be very strict with acts of worship. Because we've only been told of gold and silver. We can only do gold and silver.
But say if cryptocurrencies.
That's why the cryptocurrency is a problem issue.
It's a digital asset. It's not really a currency as
and that's why we have this issue with cryptocurrency. Yeah.
Is it saying that with cash though? It's not. There's no interest.
So when we talk about cash, I'll mention that.
So essentially, the diamond merchants, diamond merchants themselves, they eligible for zakat themselves.
Yes.
They hold everything.
But are they poor? That's the thing. That's the thing, isn't it? Are they poor?
Business stock if it's a merchant.
Yeah, if it's a merchant, then it's business stock, isn't it? We're talking about merchant and business stock. Yeah, but everyone understand this.
If you didn't keep that, then how would you calculate?
You put it between your teeth, and you bite it a bit. So you basically take it to the jewelry store, they work it out. Yeah. Usually if you have gold and silver, on the side, they have a little marking there that tells you. Yeah. If it's legalized.
Could we just use the kitchen scales?
Okay.
That's what
cowboy style.
That's what I do at home.
Yeah, cowboy style now, yeah? Cowboy style, how do you do cowboy style? Weigh it, Google it, calculate it.
Yeah, that's
yeah?
Just add a few grams.
Go to the kitchen, you get your jewelry, you put it on. Now obviously you're gonna also weigh any other stones that are mixed with it. Yeah, so if you want to overestimate, good. Just to be on the safe side. Now how do you calculate this? So what you have to do is, in Google, you have to type in, get ready, scrap gold value. Yeah, you type in, have you ever heard of scrap gold? All jewelry is scrap gold, okay? All jewelry is scrap gold. So ladies, if your husbands have ever said to you, this is, no other woman has ever worn this jewelry, yeah? That's probably true, but it's scrap gold, meaning it's been recycled from other types of gold. So if you Google it, check the value of scrap gold. What was the value of proper gold? 47.76, yeah. Okay, now check scrap gold. Type in scrap gold value grams UK. Yeah, scrap gold value in grams. Huh?
24 carat.
24 carat, yeah. 24 carat is 45? 82, yeah. So how much difference? £2 difference, yeah? Okay, how much is 22 carats? 41. How much is 18? 34. See how it goes down? So this is why some people who don't know this rule, they'll be using the high figure and they might even only have 18 karat gold. Yeah? So make sure when you're working out your husband, right, you might have to bring the news to him that how much gold is this? You told me it's gold, yeah? But how much is it, husband? Actually, whilst we're being honest here, might as well tell you. Yeah, so in other words, you need to figure out what kind of gold. If you want to overestimate, it's fine, but then, like I remember once working out zakat for a woman, and she had 360 grams of gold. 360 grams of gold. And in that time, it was quite, but now it's been loads. Yeah? And then she would say, oh, it was so much. And then I said to her, okay, how much is it? Do you know what quality gold is? She goes, I don't know. My husband said to me, it's just gold. Yeah, I go, is it Asian gold? She goes, yeah, Asian gold. I go, it's probably 22 carats. You just have to work out 22 carats value, yeah, and figure it out. Yeah.
So basically, when you say gold is 87.48, that's 87.48 proper 100% gold.
87.4 is the threshold.
Right.
How much you have to have.
So that's the threshold. So say if you had 22 carats for 97% gold.
Yeah.
So it'd be if you say 100 grams of 22 carats, 91.6.
No, you don't work out threshold by value. You work out by grams. So if you've got 18 karat gold, but it's more than 87 grams. So as long as you've got gold that is more than 87 grams, it's treated as gold. The difference is just in the value.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So everyone understand how to work this out? Alright, so should we move on? Next. Zakatable assets when it comes to cash and receivables. Okay, cash and receivables. So cash and receivables. What do you mean by cash and receivables? Cash is all cash that you have, whether it's in the the currency that you have here, or whether it's in different types of currencies out there. You got to give zakat. Yeah. So sometimes you might be going umrah. You might have a little umrah pouch, and you got like some Saudis riyals in there that you don't use here, but you got to work those out. Anything you got in your PayPal, anything you got in your bank accounts, you're going to give zakat on it. Dollars, anything. You're going to have to give zakat on it. So he says, any money you have and any money you've given to others, yeah, you've got to give zakat on those as well. So if you've given money out to people and you most likely are going to get it back, you have to give zakat of all the years that they've had it for. Does that make sense? Now there's two ways you can pay for the zakat. You can either give it every year, you can just calculate it inside your calculation, or you can wait until you receive it and then backdate all the years on that amount. Now sometimes it might be better to actually give it later on because you might not get it back. Does that make sense here?
What do you mean by give people?
Borrow.
Oh, like lending.
Lending people.
Got you.
Yeah, so you lend some money to someone, borrow out to people. Does everyone understand this? Yeah? So in other words, any form of cash you have, and as long as you give it to someone and you know you're going to get it back. Now what if you don't know if you're going to get it back? If you don't know you're getting it back, there's no zakat on it. Like you've given it to your uncle and you're scared to ask him for the money back. And you just say, no, I'm forgetting that because that guy is going to always kind of remind me. So consider it gone. And even if it does give you back in the future, you don't have to backdate it. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, which cash do you not have to give zakat on? Wages owed. Any wages that are owed to you, you don't have to give zakat on that. So if you work for someone, labor, just pure labor costs, you don't have to give zakat on that labor. Yeah. So like say I remember a guy and he does tuition, and he said he does tuition and the parents owe him £2,000 in tuition fees. Do I have to give zakat on that? And I said no. Yeah. Yes, if you receive the 2,000 and it's on and you've got that cash on your zakat anniversary, then you have to take into calculation. Mahar owed. If a woman is owed mahar, husband is saying to her, I'm going to give you, how much gold do you want? Yeah, I'm going to give you £10,000 worth of gold. Yeah, it's probably nothing now. Small amount. Yeah, so a woman hasn't received it for 10 years, 15 years, then she receives it, she doesn't have to backdate it. Meanwhile, he has to, all the delay that he's making in that, he's going to have to pay zakat on it because he's the current owner of it. Does that make sense? Now, okay, what about sort of like, how do we treat cash? Are we going to treat cash like gold or are we going to treat it like silver? Now, originally, when banks first came out, cash was representative of gold. Right? So that's why cash was treated as gold. But now, in the 70s, they cut it off. So gold no longer represents cash. It's become its own fiat currency on itself, independently. So this is why scholars here differ. Do you treat it as gold or do you treat it as silver? And the same issue I mentioned earlier on. So what about things like, in that case, what about things like cryptocurrency? How do you deal with cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is a bit complex. The reason it's complex is because cryptocurrency is like a baby. Yeah, it grows and grows and grows until it reaches 18. Any cryptocurrency that has matured and reached a level which is recognized by a lot of organizations around the world to be a currency, you treat it as cash. And any cryptocurrency that is not, that hasn't reached the age of 18 yet, it's not like a legal adult, then it's still in the phase of being treated as wealth. Does that make sense? So there are lots of cryptocurrencies which you're not allowed to buy because it's risky. It's like gambling. So this is what I'm saying. It's not as easy as it is. I've spoken to, for example, some muftis. One of them is Mufti Faraz Adam. He's got an article. Yeah. If you go on to Islamic Finance Guru, IFG. IFG is a good resource. It's a website. And they've got a section on there about cryptocurrency, and they break down for you the contemporary opinions about cryptocurrency. If you follow the opinions that they present, it will be fine. Yeah, so you just work out whatever cryptocurrency, if you have any, you work it out. Now, if you have bought cryptocurrency with the intention of selling, that comes under the next category, business stock. In which case you have to give zakat on the entire amount. But does everyone understand this whole idea of cash? Yeah. Okay. Next. What's happened here? Done this already. Right. Business assets. So business assets. You got a big business, yeah? This business is worth £100,000. This is my Uncle Raja. Uncle Raja has got a shop. £100,000 shop this is. How much of that business is zakatable? Yeah? Does that make sense? How much of it? So obviously if the whole business is just gold and silver, nothing else, it's all zakatable. And if it's all cash, then it's all zakatable. What if it's building, yeah, fixed assets, structure, and it's plantation, plants, factories and machinery and all these things that we've got, taxi car. So you only have to give zakat on two things, inventory and cash. Any inventory you have for the business, any cash you have, liquid assets you have for the business, you only give zakat on those. You do not give zakat on the building you're using for the business. Yeah, so if you've got like a factory that's worth millions of pounds, there's no zakat on that. Rental property, there's no zakat on rental property. I remember once I was giving a talk about zakat and one of the guys, he asked me, let's say a guy has 50 houses on rent, yeah, and how much zakat does he have to give? So I said, 0. Yeah, 0, how is that? Well, because your rental property is like your business, like factory, yeah. It's the money that you make from the income, the residual income, that is what you give zakat on. So if you've made money from your rental properties and your zakat day has come and you still got that income, you still got that cash, you got to give zakat on it. But you don't have to give zakat on anything you have rented out to people. It doesn't matter. Let's say you've got a cars business where you rent out cars to people and those cars are worth altogether millions. No zakat.
So when you're adding it up, you don't actually put your yearly amount of rent you receive.
No.
Properties. It's
No.
just on that day. I just look at all the cash
That's it.
I've got, regardless if I bought 20,000 pairs of shoes and it's not there anymore. Then
That's it.
still only zakatable on what is there in cash, as from where I got it from, my rental properties and my job. Okay.
That's it. So you snapshot, basically whatever, if you go to your accountant and ask them for a snapshot of your assets, whatever on that day you have of assets, that's all you do. Yeah.
If you are, for example, ordering something in from China,
yeah,
and it's being like shipped by, ship.
Russia.
Yeah. No. It's like ship freight, right? It's not actually in your warehouse.
Yeah.
Is that classed as your inventory, or is it like you paid for it?
Yeah, then it's yours.
It's not there.
Yeah. So if you have a receipt, it depends what you mean by receiving.
So like it's on its way, but let's say like it doesn't get cleared,
okay.
and it's not in your possession on that day that you have to pay your zakat, but it's on its way.
So basically, Islamically, when you become the owner of something is when you have the ability to be able to do whatever you want with it. If you can't do whatever you want with that wealth, you're not the owner of it. So you're only the owner when you receive it. So it depends, what do you mean by receipt? Like I could receive something from China because I've got someone there that I've made my agent. He picks it up on my behalf. Now, I'm the owner of that now, even if I don't have access to it.
But if it's like an external company shipping...
Yeah, if it's like an external company and you haven't received it yet, then no. Okay, everyone understand this? Yeah, anything you bought in the business to sell. So let's say there was a lady, she contacted me once. She's got a cake business. She makes cakes like £400 cakes, £300 cakes. So any ingredients that she buys for the intention of making a cake, she'd have to pay zakat on the value of those ingredients. Yeah? Yeah, and so people do this kind of, what's that? Is it called Etsy? What's that thing called? Itsy spider, yeah? Getting two things confused there. So Etsy is people like buy stuff and then they sell stuff. You have got to give zakat on that. Because you bought it with the intention of selling. Even if you haven't sold it. Because you bought it with the intention of selling, you have to give zakat on it. Yeah.
I've got a question. You know, sometimes people say it's good to give your zakat early because people don't need, they don't, you know, they'll need it before Ramadan starts anyway.
Yeah.
Is it best to wait?
Yeah, so ask that, remember that question, it's going to come later on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to come. But everyone understand this business inventory, yeah? So in other words, it's only those things like, let's say I got a car. Am I going to sell my car? Maybe I'll probably sell my car in 5-6 years time. But that's not business stock. Because I didn't buy it with the intention of sale. Anything you buy with not intention of immediate sale, 5-year sale, 10-year sale down the line, you don't have to give zakat on it. It becomes personal property.
So essentially, so when you go to a shop, everything that's on the shelf, everything is covered.
Everything on the shelf, anything in the back rooms. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone got that? Any other business type kind of question? No? Okay. What things do you not have to give zakat? Fixed assets and rental property. You don't have to give zakat on any of these. Yeah.
But if it's a diamond seller, nothing is zakat.
So if it's a diamond seller, has he bought the diamonds with the intention of selling? He's got to give zakat on his money. Yeah.
But personal diamonds.
Personal diamonds, no. So if a lady's got loads of diamonds, or a guy's got a diamond watch, doesn't have to give zakat on it. Yeah.
So even if I bought like a Rolex, for example.
Sorry?
If I bought a Rolex, for example,
Yeah.
to invest, I know in the future this is going to be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, but if it's a long-term investment, then it's fine. Some people buy Mazda, what's it called? Mazda
MX-5.
MX-5s, yeah? Their values go up on them. Yeah, so I know guys who buy those and they wait 10, 15 years. That's not a business asset because it's not immediate sale. You buy a house, don't you? You most likely are going to wait for your house to go up and then you're going to sell it in 20 years time, 30 years time. That's not a business asset. Business asset, you would say, is something you'd probably sell within 5 years. Yeah.
Fixed asset, is that the building?
Building, computers, machines. So you might have a business and you've invested a lot in machinery. Yeah. Okay. Anything else in business now? Okay, investments now. So investments, treat investments like business. So let's say you got this shop which is worth, you know, £100,000. Not everything in that shop is going to be zakatable, isn't it? So let's say you got this shop, it's worth 100,000, but only £20,000 is actually zakatable, cash and inventory. Yeah. If I own 10% of that shop, how much zakat do I give?
10% of that value.
How much?
Of your ownership. On your ownership.
Yeah. So how much do I give? 50? 50 pounds, yeah? Yeah. Because if the business is worth 100,000 and only 20,000 is zakatable, and I own 10% of the business, I only own 10% of the zakatable asset. So how much is 10% of 20,000? 2,000, yeah? And then I only give zakat on that 2,000. 2.5% of that 2,000, which the brother Seth mentioned, £50. So let's say I've got stocks in BT. How do I work out the stocks if I have in BT? Yeah? So look at this, I made a nice diagram here. Yeah? The Freemason pyramid. Okay. So building. So you got the building, you got intangibles, you got equipment, you got stock and cash. That S is there, I don't know. Yeah. This wouldn't fit. So in these things, what do you have to give zakat on? Yeah. So anything that you have in a business, any sort of shares that you buy in a business, which is for long-term investment, anything that you buy for a long-term investment, you do not have to give zakat. You do not have to give zakat except on your 2.5% of your share. Does that make sense? So let's say you got shares in BT. You contact them, you say to them, how much liquid assets do you own and how much inventory do you have? They'll tell you how much percent of the business do you own, and then you're going to work out 2.5% of that. But if you buy stock with the intention of immediate sale, buy to sell, you have to give zakat on the entire amount that you have, 2.5% of the entire amount.
So if you have, say, for example, shares in Apple or Tesla or whatever,
Yeah.
you said $10,000 worth of shares there,
Yeah.
and you bought it a few months ago, it's still there. So
Yeah.
do you pay zakat on the current value of the entire share?
Yeah. So did you buy with the intention of immediate sale or long term?
So say long term. So
Long
somebody
term.
just-
Then you only have to give it on the two things: amount of cash they have, the amount of inventory they have, your percentage, 2.5%. So let's say share is worth, let's say 100,000, and you own 10% of it. You work out how much inventory they have. Remember, inventory, a lot of these petrol companies, they have hardly anything which is zakatable. I worked out the zakat for a guy who owns shares in BT. Literally, the only amount in BT is about 0.02%. And he was only had to give like about 5 pence or 10 pence in zakat. Yeah, so a lot of people don't know this. You understand? So any shares you buy for quick sale, you're buying it because you're waiting for the price to go up. You're going to sell it. You have to give zakat 2.5% of the whole value of your share, whatever it's worth. Yeah. And if you buy it for long-term investment, then you have to work out the two things: cash, inventory. Yeah. And then your share in that, and then 2.5% of that. So let's say we had that £100,000 business. If I'm going to buy to sell, and I own 10% of that £100,000, yeah, I have to give zakat on the 10%, 2.5% of the 10%. So what's 10% of 100,000? Yeah, 10 grand, isn't it? So 2.5%, 10 grand. Because it's a business asset now, the whole thing. Does that everyone understand the difference? Yeah. Now look, for a lot of people, it's difficult to work out. Like big business, it's difficult to work out yeah. So there's something called the FTSE 100 in the UK, yeah, and it's basically 100 of the major companies. So National Zakat Foundation have actually done a survey of all the companies, and they worked out how much zakatable assets they have, and they found the highest, the benchmark that they have is 25%. So if you don't know a business how much assets it has and you want to do it quickly, you're allowed to use 25% of what you own and work as zakat on that.
So if you have shares, for example, you bought £10,000 worth of shares in FTSE companies, say AstraZeneca, and you don't pay zakat, and you bought it a few months ago, you have no intention to sell it for the next few months.
Yeah.
So when the zakat time comes, you don't give zakat of the entire 10,000.
But you bought it with the intention of resale.
Resell after, when the price goes up after a year, 2 years.
And you got to give zakat.
If it's just there as an investment.
Investment, yeah. Then you only give it
25% of the 10,000.
25% of that. So, like let's say this business of £100,000 business we have. How much do you own? 10%, yeah. So 10% of what you own, you work out 25% of the 10%.
And then zakat on the 20%.
And then on that. So £10,000 is what you own in the business. 25% of that is how much? 2,500. Yeah? Yeah, and then 2.5% of 2,500. That's the easy way. But I would suggest that might be too much for you to give, and you might not even need to give that much. Like I said, there might be companies out there that you invested in. The easiest thing to do would be National Zakat Foundation. You can download these hand guides, and they actually go through different types of businesses. And they'll give you a very clear understanding of how much you'd have to give. Again, if you're stuck, you come to me later on and I can explain. Everyone got that? Right, last one now, and then we're going to liabilities. What about pensions? Now let me explain to you about pensions. There are two types of pensions you need to know. Something called a defined contribution, defined contribution scheme. Yeah. This is a mistake on that. It's supposed to be a defined benefit scheme. Yeah, this is a mistake. So I'll have to change this. So let me just change this. So. Benefit scheme. All right. That's done. Okay. Right. So look, defined benefit scheme. So a defined benefit scheme pension is like this. If you have a pension where they send you a letter to your house and they say to you, these are the places that you can invest. Which one do you want? When they give you the choice of where to invest and they give you the option of having a fund manager, you have to give zakat on that pension.
How about the child trust?
Yeah, everyone understand that? First of all, everyone understand this? So this is why every other pension out there, there's no zakat. NHS pension, teachers pension, no zakat. Do you understand? Sorry? Workplace pension. Unless the workplace gives you a letter and tells you where do you want to invest. If they don't give you that option, no zakat. If they just say to you, we're going to invest, and you're just going to contribute, then there's no zakat.
So if you have the choice of choosing, but they automatically put you in.
But do they give you options of where the money can be invested in?
I think most now have started doing that.
Yeah, if they do that, then you have to. Yeah, sometimes they may give you that, they'll call it like a Sharia compliant option. You'll have to give zakat on that. Yeah, that's the difference. So that's called a defined benefit scheme, and all the other pensions, no zakat. Right. Liabilities now. So these are all the things you have to minus. So once you've worked out all your assets, you minus now. Okay. So deductibles, what can you deduct? Liabilities is a basic deductible. What can you deduct from your assets? So anything which is outstanding, anything you owe and you haven't paid it off yet. Right? So that would include, for example, like bills, council tax, anything you owe someone money, you can deduct that from your assets. And any sort of like long-term loan that you come into with someone, like a mortgage or something, you can use a 12-month window of whatever you owe in the next 12 months and minus that as well. But this is only for long-term loans. Everyone understand this?
Can you more than 12 months?
More than 12 months?
Yeah.
No, just 12 months. Outstanding is anything that you owe to anyone. So whether it's, for example, you owe, like bills and things.
The debt can.
Debt, anything you owe. So it's not you bought some sofas, right, and you're paying it off. You can deduct all of it. Yeah, whatever you owe, because it's all outstanding. Yeah, mortgage is the same. You can use 12 months. What else? Any other? Now you can't deduct future expenses. So if you know, for example, roughly I know how much I spend every month on groceries, or you can't deduct those because it's not become outstanding yet. It's something which it's going to be a future expense. So non-deductibles, future expenses, and anything that's not payable in 12 months. Anything that's not payable in 12 months. So let's say you got a mortgage, and your mortgage is, let's say, £8,000 a year, and 6,000 of that is capital. You only deduct 6,000. But let's say in the next 12 months you have planned to pay off £20,000. You can add that onto the amount and deduct that. Okay. Finally, how do I calculate my zakat? So first of all, zakatable assets minus the deductible assets, and you got your zakat calculations. Who can't you give your zakat to? Who can you not give your zakat to? You can't give it to your spouse, right? Can't give it to your descendants, your children and grandchildren. You can't give it to your parents or grandparents. And you can't give it to non-Muslims, that we said. That category of non-Muslims is no longer applicable. And you can't give it to a wealthy person. Now look, listen to this carefully, okay? This is important to understand. When we say a person who can receive zakat, they have to be wealthy, we do not mean that they have to be zakat givers necessarily. Someone can be considered to be non-eligible to receive zakat, even though they don't have to give zakat. How? If they've got beyond their means, beyond their needs, wealth. So let's say someone's got 3 cars, their own personal cars. They don't need 3 cars. If they need like one for work and one, that's fine. But if they got a 3rd car, what are they using it for? Then that person, even though they are under the threshold, they can't be given zakat. Someone's got 2 houses. They don't need 2 houses. Yeah, this person cannot be given zakat. Does that understand?
But they can't receive zakat, but can they give zakat?
No, because they're under the threshold, they don't have to give zakat.
But even then, because they have 2 houses, they can't be given zakat.
They can't be given, yeah. So there's a lot of people out there who don't have to give zakat, but they can't receive zakat. Because they should sell those things that they have. They should sell those. So let's say someone's got 15 watches, right?
Like no reason extravagant.
Yeah, no reason, like. Yeah.
Isn't it up to the person though, like to judge if it's like 2 houses?
Yeah, I mean, like if you've got 15 watches, I would think that's considered to be extra, more than you need. Someone's got 15 watches, and each one is worth between 100 to 10,000 pounds. Yeah, they're a collector. Then you would say this person, okay, he might not have the threshold, but he can't receive it. Everyone understand that? That's why your question about the diamonds one.
Can I just ask then, foster children, can you use your
Yes,
zakat?
foster children, you can give zakat to them because they're not your biological children.
They're not my biological children, but are they you will be paid by the government to
Yeah. Oh, so if government has given you money on their behalf, then it's theirs.
No, what I meant is, I still can't give them the zakat then because they're.
Oh yeah, then they've got assets.
Yeah. So my next question would be then, if I take a new arrival to the country and completely got nothing, and I give it, if it coincides
That's right.
with my
You can
zakat,
give
then
it.
I could give him then because the government hasn't yet paid
That's
me
right.
because it's in, behind.
Yeah.
But that could only work on the zakat date. Yeah.
You can actually give advance zakat. You can give your zakat in advance, 10 years in advance, 20 years in advance, up to you. Make sure when you calculate it that you're giving the right amount when the time comes. Yeah.
So I can give those to any new arrival.
That's right.
I can give them the best practice.
Exactly. That's it. Well done. Excellent.
If you forget your date, like let's say your date of zakat is gone, you forget, when you remember, you pay as soon as possible.
So zakat, there's no specific date you have to pay. Calculation is on the specific date, but when you want to give the zakat to someone, you can give it any time before you die. But you should try to give it ASAP because you don't know when you're going to die. That's the end.
You mentioned calculation.
Okay, by the way, it's all finished now, okay, so it's just questions now. Yeah? This is the feedback. So anybody's got questions, you can ask me now.
You mentioned calculation on a specific date. What if you've never done that sort of specific date previously?
Okay, good question. So if you have never used a specific date, so anyone needs to go, totally you've got permission to go. If you have not given your zakat on a specific date and you don't know, what I would suggest is what you do from now, set yourself a date like the 1st of Ramadan, or 10th of Ramadan, and just stick to that. Yeah, that would be the best thing to do. Yeah, any other question? Yeah. Yeah, child trust funds, it all depends how it works. So when the government gives the money to you, you don't have any control over it, do you? Oh. Church investor compliant, yeah? Oh, so they give you the option of where you want to invest? Yeah. Okay. And at what age do they, or the child's age, what age do they give it? 16, yeah, then you'll have to backdate it. Once you receive it. Once you receive, whatever they're giving you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so if they gave you, for example, if they gave you £1,000 or 2 years, for the first year you minus 2.5% of that, and then the next year you minus from 975, 2.5% of 975. Yeah. Anything else?
If you're a student and you're already in debt, like from student loans, does that mean you don't have to give zakat?
Yeah, if you're a student and you're in debt, you don't have to give zakat, and potentially you can receive zakat. The thing is, our community sometimes has a bit of a taboo with giving, like someone who's in university, zakat, because they think they're not pausing. But what we have to remember is this: for our future generation, we have to think long term sometimes. Investment in our youngsters is really important. So yes, there are people starving in the world, but why has Allah mentioned the 8 categories? There's a reason for it. Yeah? Giving to them is good as well, but we also have to remember in our community. Like I was telling someone this, I said the main thing that we need to do in our community is every community should have an organization, whether it's the mosque or someone else, does a survey of all the community and finds out anonymously how many of those people are under the poverty line. A lot of single mothers. There's a lot of people who are struggling to have, a job, provide for kids. If we do a whole survey in the community, we will know in our own community how many people are actually eligible for zakat. And if you start that way, you're strengthening your own community, and you only have to support your community for about 3 or 4 years, and then they become givers. But that's what we don't realize. We think that this is a wrong investment. That I'd rather give it to Yemen, or I'd rather give it to Syria, or I'd rather give it to villages in India, Pakistan. But we have to remember that our community, brothers and sisters here, in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, we would rather them having financially been stable and then becoming givers than other way around. Yeah.
So just on that question, would you recommend that we give it locally first?
100%. I would say first and foremost, give it to your relatives, those who are in need. Sometimes we know that there's like a cousin abroad or back home, or there's like, just like someone's come to this country, our relatives. and they financially, we know they're struggling, even if they've got a job. And there's a lot of refugees in this country as well, who cannot work legally, and they just struggling. Yeah.
So how is it determined, like, say I have relatives in Bangladesh, right, and they're telling me that, they're eligible for Zakat, how can I make sure they're actually eligible? Or even someone in the community?
Good question. So how would you make sure, this goes back to the question you were asking about Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. Inspector Morse. Yeah. So Sherlock Holmes, basically, you don't have to investigate too much. The Prophet ﷺ said this, look, he said, a man in the dark, he went and he saw a beg, he saw someone asking for money. He gave him money, and in the morning he found out that it was his father. He said, Zakat. In other words, how much investigation do you have to do? Do not do investigation that makes the recipient feel inferior to you. When I was studying in Pakistan, I used to get a lot of Zakat money so I can distribute it among students. So there was a lot of poor students in the madrasa. And I remember, I would never ever tell them it's Zakat money. Sometimes they'd come to me and say, can I borrow some money? I'll say, hey, sure. And I'll give them the Zakat. And then when they would want to give it back to me, I say, it's okay, keep it. Right? So they thought I was a very kind person. Yeah, but I didn't want to make it out as I'm generous. I just wanted to make it out as though you don't have to know it's Zakat. Yeah, I'd rather have you be my friend, feeling that I'm not giving you Zakat money than showing my kindness. So now I'm a very kind guy according to a lot of people.
Sheikh, you know, if like 5th of Sha'ban, you reached above the Nisab value, but then you forgot to give it and you gave it first Ramadan. The next year coming, you give it on first Ramadan.
No. So if your Zakat anniversary is 5th of Sha'ban, but you delayed in payment, it's still the 5th of Sha'ban next year.
Are you sinful for delaying it?
No. Until death, you can give it. Yeah.
So you mentioned charities, so obviously recipients you might not want to scrutinize them too much.
Yeah.
But obviously some charities you hear stories of.
Yeah, sad. So charity organizations, I'll tell you the charity organizations that I trust a lot. Number 1 is As-Suffa relief. Number 2 is Ummah welfare. Number 3 is One Ummah. And number 4 is GRT. These are the 4 that I can vouch for them. Yeah, so As-Suffa relief, Ummah welfare, GRT, called GRT, and One Ummah. These are mostly just, they say 100% donation. Yeah. See, the problem with charities we don't see behind the scenes is this. They have a front. You give them your cash. They don't necessarily distribute on the ground. They have to get in contact with other people over there. They send the money to them who have nothing to do with this organization. You trusted this organization. Now you're leaving it to them to trust in someone on the ground over there who you don't know if they're going to give it or not. And there's been so many cases where a charity will try to get things sent over. They won't care about the distribution, and the money gets lost. Literally gets lost. Goes to the wrong hands. They buy food, and that food goes off. Medicine goes off, and lots of hundreds of thousands of pounds of stuff gets thrown away. So this is why I would say just be careful. If you want to trust another organization, just find out what their Zakat policy is. Ask them, can you show me your Zakat policy?
You can also look at their accounts in the UK.
Charity, yeah. Charity Commission have a lot of the expenses. And you'll be surprised that some of these guys will spend ridiculous amounts of money on admin fees. Yeah, like 60. So I know some like 60% marketing fee. Giving like comedians money from. Yeah. Because the argument is that we're bringing comedians in to call people to give more. So it makes sense that we'll give them a large amount, but we're bringing them up. Yeah, but the point is that do you really want that money to be given in this kind of way, or do you want? Yeah.
Sorry, one other question. So if you're sending money abroad, and then you've got the currency exchange and all that kind of stuff, is it the money that's received should be 2.5% of what you're giving?
Yeah, so see the kind of things with currency exchange and the money that you have to give. I would say those kind of things can fall under category number 3. That's possible to use it there because it's very difficult to send money without there being any charges. Yeah.
So if a student has about £40,000 in debt,
but
they own about £20,000 in cash. they don't feel like they're in debt, and also the debt that they're paying off is going to be gradual.
Structured debt.
Structured debt. They don't feel like they're in debt.
Yeah, then they should give zakat. Same with like a mortgage. So there's a lot of people who have 25-year mortgages. So they are financially very stable. But the debt has been structured in such a way that it will not put a burden on the individual. So that's why those kind of debts are not considered to be liabilities unless you use the 12 months window. Yeah. Yeah.
So just going back to deductibles and non-deductibles. So you mentioned long-term 12 months. So in that situation, you would top up your 12 months of payments. Is that right?
Yeah. So whatever you owe in 12 months. Yeah. Like some people.
Some capital and interest.
No, just capital. Just capital.
Just capital.
So some people use this for like when you come into a subscription with like broadband companies, and you gotta pay like a 24-month or 18-month, right? So some scholars say you can actually deduct the whole amount that you're gonna owe because you come into a contract, you have to pay that money. You can't get out of it. So some scholars say you can even use a 12-month window for that. So all the amount of broadband that you're gonna have to pay in the next 12 months, you can use as a liability.
And just on non-deductibles, the last one you said not payable in 12 months. What's an example of that?
Yeah, non-deductible. Yeah.
So you said future expenses.
Yeah, anything beyond 12 months, yeah.
So
anything beyond 12 months is basically like, let's say you have a mortgage and you're going to pay in 25 years. So the mortgage payments that they're going to take out of your bank, but after 12 months.
Okay,
yeah. Yeah, you can't do those. Same with the car financing or furniture.
Just 12 months is
yeah.
Yeah.
So, say for example, I'm calculating the zakat today.
Yeah.
Okay, I have about say £10,000.
Yeah.
As collective assets.
Yeah.
But in terms of making a lump sum payment to the home mortgage,
yeah.
I can only do it say specific months in a year.
Yeah.
Not, say for example, the next time I can pay a lump sum is in 2 months' time.
Okay.
And my intention is to put all this sort of £10,000 as a lump sum in 2 months' time. But now the zakat time has come. Do I pay zakat on the 10,000 or will I leave it and put everything in 2 months' time?
Yeah, you can take that into consideration as a liability.
So up to 12 months.
Up to 12 months.
So I don't have to pay zakat on the 10,000. I can just put it as a lump sum.
That's it.
And
sorry, compare.
And the other thing is, if we know how much zakat roughly we're going to pay every year, minimum, can we set up a direct debit and send it to
You can do that. But all I would say is, if you're ever going to do like this kind of like installments paying of zakat, always make sure that you pay the amount which is going to be due on your anniversary. Yeah.
So, Mufti, just
is there any questions? We've got private questions. Calculations zakat. No. Any brothers got any calculations?
Just around shares, right? So, I guess if you invest, you'll probably invest in one of the bigger companies, right? They have shares outstanding of about, I don't know, £1 billion.
Okay.
And you probably own like a couple or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So would it be you have to find out your percentage based on the total of shares outstanding? Is that how you work out?
Yeah. So let's say for example you've got shares in Apple, right? If you've got shares in Apple and they give you a value how much your shares are worth. Yeah, so then you can either find out how much inventory and stock they have, inventory and cash in the business they have. So let's say they say we've only got, I don't know, £1 million worth of.
So you would only know that if they resell how much per quarter.
Yeah,
so
again.
if it's beyond the quarter, then.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. So you can use like previously what they used in the last quarter. You can possibly use that. Otherwise, you can use the 25% benchmark. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. When you talk about bills, so that's sort of transfer tax, TV license, etc.
Yeah.
So that needs to be taken out before you give it.
If it's outstanding,
yeah. What about inheritance? Say, for instance, I inherit X amount of money, but I have to disperse that to siblings.
Yeah.
Am I accountable even though it's with me?
No. So if you have received inheritance and it's your share, you give zakat on it. If it's not your share, you've got other people's shares. You don't have to give zakat on their share. They will only have to give zakat on undistributed zakat once they receive it. Yeah, so like sometimes what happens is there's property and there's like disputes about the inheritance, and then everyone gets their share after 2 or 3 years because of the disputes, legal disputes. So in that case, they will only be liable. It starts after that. They don't have to backdate.
One final question.
Over.
What if someone is
The country.
later in life of
Yeah.
irrepute?
Yeah.
But how would one approach them in this sort of aspect?
Yeah. Okay. So a good question there. So how is someone like if someone, and loads of people have come to me about that. First, there's 2 things you can do. Number one is the National Zakat Foundation actually has, I think they have a website called Miss Zakat Calculation, used to be called. Then still got it. And they step by step they show you how to backdate your zakat and slowly start to, pay off possible zakat that you have. The second option is you overestimate. So what you can do is you can slowly, every time you're going to give to charity, slowly intend zakat for that until you reach like a figure that you think you've covered all your zakat. So that throughout the year, Ramadan, maybe you're going to be giving to charities. Just give it to zakat. And that way you'll slowly pay off. And it happens a lot of people. Not practicing, and they start practicing, you realize, and that's the good thing, alhamdulillah. Allah gives you the ability to be able to realize your mistakes. Excellent. Better now than later, I say. Yes, sister. Oh, sorry. Totally forgot. Alright, let's just check this out. Alright, so go down. It's quite a few here. Okay, do multiple times handful of vomiting due to pregnancy break the fast? No, fast does not break because of vomiting unless you put your fingers down your throat. Yeah. Do qadha fastings from previous Ramadan have to be made up before reaching the other Ramadan? No, you don't have to. Going to Hanafi school, it can be made up any time before death. You shouldn't delay too much, but you can make it time. Can we calculate all jewelry, gold and silver cash savings we have into a cash total equivalent and calculate? Yes, you can do that. So you can work out everything you have as cash value and then 2.5% of that from the cash amount to give, e.g. adding all golds, jewels and grams and making a final calculation. Or do we need to give the zakat of gold from the same type? No. You can do a whole calculation in cash form and then give that. Can a wife give zakat to her husband if he is under the threshold? There's a difference of opinion of the scholars regarding this issue. Yeah, can the wife? Because technically the wife is not legally bound to spend on the husband, right? So some of the Hanafis, they say the wife can be given. Prophet says the wife can give the husband. But others Hanafis say, well, if she gives the husband's going to give her back, isn't it? It's like you go to a poor person who's having a meal somewhere in a restaurant, you say to him, here's money, and he's going to tell you, sit down, I'll pay for you. Yeah, so it's like that kind of like reciprocating the benefit of the zakat. So this is why I would say, no, you don't give the zakat. Hanifa's position is you don't give the zakat to your husband. Could you clarify the long-term 12 months deductible zakat examples, please? So the 12 months long-term deductible basically means is that anything which is long-term, which you owe. So for example, long-term means more than a year. The debt is structured debt, which is more than a year, like a mortgage or student loan or car financing, where you're going to pay over 2 years, 3 years, 15, 20 years. You just work out the window of 12 months of what you're going to owe in the next 12 months, and you minus that. Not including the interest. Shouldn't those holding shares for the long term just pay zakat on dividends, like how you would for a rental property, where it is just the income that is taxed? So if you have, for example, like shares in a business, there's 2 things that you're going to have. You're going to have the value of the share of the business you own, and if you get dividends, then that's going to be cash. So that's treated as the first category, or second category, cash. But if you got ownership of shares in a business, that's category number 3. So you technically got 2 categories there. So you have to give zakat on the cash dividend that you receive, and you also potentially have to give zakat on the share that you have as well. Yeah?
Interesting. It's talk today. Is that your
Oh, by the way, yeah. So if you go to my Roots of Knowledge YouTube channel, I've actually done a whole summary of zakat. Yeah, in about 45 minutes, and I've done one on fasting as well. Yeah, so you just go on there. I've got a whole explanation on that. And I usually do like a question and answer on Saturday evenings live, so you can join those. Okay, and that's it. Is that done? Everything answered? MashaAllah. Yes. Any other questions? Yeah.
Question, when
trying to realize the value of something.
Yeah.
Is it calculated based on an estimate or is trying to go for the exact figure? So things that fluctuate, such as like a car or something.
Yeah. So you're talking about business assets.
Business asset.
No, so business assets, I didn't go into a lot of detail because not a lot of questions asked about business assets. So business assets can have different values. For example, you can have the wholesale value. Yeah. You can have raw material value. So wholesale value is like, let's say you bought, I don't know, cars wholesale from showroom, or you bought computers wholesale. So you got like a wholesale price. Yeah. A laptop worth £500. And you're going to sell it for £600. So you got £100 profit margin. So the scholars say if you have priced and tagged it, you have to use that price tag value. If you haven't priced and tagged it, you can use wholesale value.
Can I give you a specific example? It makes more sense.
Yeah.
So I purchased a car, and the car is appreciating in value, and the current value is still a question mark.
Did you buy with the intention of quick sale?
Not for quick sales, probably that I was thinking a year, under a year.
Okay, then you give Zakat.
So it gives Zakat.
Are you using it for private use?
No.
No, okay, then you give Zakat. You work out the value. Whatever value you think it's worth, yeah, you give Zakat for that.
So just go with the best estimate, go with the market.
Yeah, that would be the kind of sensible thing to do. Yeah.
Sorry, Mufti, just clarifying that the shares thing, right? So I think you said, say for example, a business was worth 100k.
Yeah.
So and you own 10% of that business.
Yeah.
So your zakat would be 10% of the cash and stock of the balance sheet, and then 2.5% of that.
On that, yeah.
Right. So in terms of valuation, right, there's various different ways to value a business. So what valuation would you use?
Yeah. So so if you give me an example, I can tell you.
So for example, like stocks on the exchanges, right? One value metric is the capitalization.
Yeah. Okay. So what you can use is whatever potentially you can sell it for.
Just sell it for.
Yeah. Whatever you can potentially sell it for, its value. Use that. Now look, if you have stock which is dead stock, so you've got lots of stock, but it's not selling. Whatever that current value estimates value, and you can use that. Yeah.
What about business debts? So people owe you money.
Yeah.
What's the situation?
Is it in exchange for work you've done service? No zakat on that. If it's on goods that you've given to them, then you have to give zakat on that. Yeah.
So if you have shares that you bought for long term,
Yeah.
so it's probably more than 5 or 10 years that you're going to sell it. Without working out the cash inventories, you just use the 25% rule. Is that not correct?
For what?
To work out the zakat, how much you need to pay over.
Of a business.
I was just wondering where the 25% comes from, like stocks.
The 25% actually comes from they've used the FTSE 100 to figure out what is the highest threshold, the highest measure of zakatable assets in a company, and they found it to be 25%. Now this is just a very sort of like generous, it's a very generous case. And in most cases it's even 10%, 5%. That's why I said to you, if you have a business, try to figure out yourself what the amount is and give it a little bit more.
So again, with the business question, if you've got a share in a business, so you own a 1/3 share in that business, how do you work out the valuation?
So if you know how much inventory they have, like if you've got an accountant for the business, ask the accountant, like what's coming into the business and what's going out of the business. Usually they'll be able to give you
the 1/3, not the total value of that business.
Yeah, so let's say you've got a business, let's say there's a business that's worth £30,000 and you own 1/3 of it. But you don't have to give zakat on all of your share. You only have to give zakat on the amount of inventory and cash you have in the business. Yeah.
So sorry, another one, just off the top of that. There's a lot of businesses that have structured debt as well, like in the billions.
Yeah.
So how would you work out?
Again, so the 12 month, whatever they're going to pay back in the 12 months. Yeah, so 12-month window.
It can get complicated.
Yeah, so this is why, like I said, if you contact the National Zakat Foundation, it feels like a very technical. Yeah, because sometimes, like, I'll work out zakat for someone and it's just like so many different things they'll have. Yeah, so they'll have like the brothers mentioned, you have this and you have tax and you have other access as well.
It's almost like you need an accountant to work out.
Again, that's why they're trying to make it as easy as possible. It's just like, you just look at the business, and then you just try to figure out what the liabilities are, minus them, and then 25% benchmark, just use that. You most likely are going to be overestimating, we'd rather be safe than sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, last question. So silver, right? So is there any threshold on the grade of the silver when you give zakat on it? So you mentioned gold is 12 carat.
Yeah, again, it's 50%, as long as 50% or more. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Alright guys, Jazakallah khair, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam, mashallah, mashallah. Good to see you, man. I'll give you your prize. I'll give you your prize over there. This is, I'm going to give you the zakat in it as well. Yeah, so how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Good, yeah?
I was thinking, should I watch it online? I started watching it online, I was like, I have to be there.
Yeah, no, it's
I have to be
good.
there to see you in person.
So when you're present,
it's a different atmosphere,
yeah,
it's completely different. I'm glad to come here. Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah.
Yeah. So good to see you again.
Can I work now?
Done with the...
You can work now. That's all.